you very much for taking the time and traveling to Vienna and being here today present. We're very happy to see that a lot of you are present and a lot of you also know each other, so it's also nice to see friendly faces around. So a couple of information. First of all, if you need Wi-Fi, the password on the agenda is wrong, so you can, it was displayed here. This one is the password. There is a coffee break is behind you, while the lunch will be here close by. So everything is gonna take place in around here. Toilets are also at the entrance. So today is gonna be kind of tight with the time. We'll try to start on time and keep the time frame as the agenda because it's gonna be a long day, a lot of information, a lot of topics, a lot of panels. So I also wanted to give a big thanks to the host. We are at the Austrian Red Cross facility. So thank you very much because I know that organizing such an event is challenging and they have done it really great. Some of them unfortunately got sick, so we had some slight change in the agenda, but yeah. I would then just give the floor to our first, the initial part of the agenda, the welcome speech. And I would like to introduce first our host, Mr. Peter Kaiser, Deputy Secretary General of the Austrian Red Cross. And after, as part also of the welcome speech, we will have Yannis, who is connected online from the DG Home. SSRI Directorate, he's responsible for all the Pre-Commercial Procurement project as well. And then after that, we will start with the first presentations and then the next part. So if Mr. Peter Kaiser is already here, you can join. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very warm welcome to the crisis management community. Ladies and gentlemen, dear esteemed colleagues, I'm not only Vice Secretary General, I'm also Crisis Manager with the Austrian Red Cross as Chief on Staff, and thank you for bringing such a brilliant weather to Austria because we've had quite bad weather within the last weeks and we were suffering from really heavy floods mainly in the province of Lower Austria. We're still work on these floods. It's my honor to open these final workshops, as I've heard, for the PRECURE-Security PCP and PREVENT PCP projects. Both initiatives represent critical strides in advancing our ability to manage crisis. PRECURE-Security PCP focuses on innovating and digitalizing the triage system during mass emergencies, enhancing response, decision-making, and communication among emergency services. Meanwhile, PREVENT PCP aims to increase public safety by developing technologies that can detect potential threats in public spaces and improve crisis management. These projects highlight not only the importance of technology, but also the power of collaboration across organizations. Together, we are building safer and more resilient communities. I won't be part of today's session, but I wish you a productive discussion and a successful conclusion on the workshops. Thank you, and again, very warm welcome to Vienna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaiser, for everything again, once again, for hosting the event. I will now give the floor to Mr. Yannis Steridis online. I don't know if I believe he hears us already. Yannis, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. We can also hear you perfectly. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Serena. Good morning, everybody. It's also from my pleasure. It's also from my side. It's a great pleasure to present to you today and open this great event from two of the very important projects that we are funding under European Commission funding of Horizon Europe, the two PCP projects that they are coming to an end. And it's a cycle of projects. Most of you know as participants, but from our side as policymakers, there are very important projects as they are using a very unique nature. They are using the so-called pre-commercial procurement rules, the PCPs. So I would like a bit today to, now that I'm having this opportunity for a keynote, to give you a bit to highlight some important parts and also to give you some heads up about the future. So as Serena said, my name is Yannis Kedaresis and I'm the area coordinator in DG Home responsible for the strengthening security research and innovation area in the unit of innovation for security research at the European Commission in the Directorate on Migration and Security. So very briefly, because I am aware of the time, I would like to go on the slides and start giving to you a very brief snapshot. So I hope you can see my slides. Yes. So the first slide here, some of you might have seen it in the past. This is how we basically have a snapshot of the civil security ecosystem and innovation in the EU. At the epicenter, you can see the security research R&I funding. And then you have four different pillars on knowledge, on community, on impact, and on tools. I won't focus too much on the other parts today. I will focus specifically in the pillar of tools where you can see PCPs, pre-commercial procurement, and PPIs, the public procurement of innovative solutions. So PCP, most of you, again, are aware, but as is the final event of two PCP projects, I would like also to focus on what happens next. So PCP projects contribute to overcoming the barriers to innovation uptake, is one of the most successful solutions that we have to follow and address the barriers that exist in the market on innovation uptake. There is so far a two-stage approach. We have at the beginning, we have a CSA, a coordination support action, where applicants are identifying common needs, common gaps, and then they are applying for the second stage, which is the PCP. It's another project. And today, PREVENT and iProcureSecurity belong to these two categories. You can see that at the end, I have here a bubble saying that at the end of the PCP, buyers normally should have an informed procurement decision. And that's because after the whole competitive process of the PCP, the competitors have showcased an extra need. They have showcased that they are successful in addressing the needs and the requirements that the end users are placing, basically. So the theoretical benefits, it's a win-win-win situation. And why I'm saying that? Because from the supplier side, you have access to new small players in the market. You have shorter time to go to the market and faster company growth to attract investors, etc. There is a shared risk situation, but also shared benefits. And of course, this helps to have first customers for some companies. Then you have from the side of procurers benefits having to shape product development to public needs, to reduce the supplier lock-in and to increase technology knowledge while they are testing the technologies and understanding what are the benefits, having first time right product, and also to reduce the unforeseen expenditure from the side of procurer. And then finally, from the side of policymakers, from our side, is to implement political priorities, to modernize public services, to improve the innovation ecosystem, and to have new cross-border markets that they are there all together, all these elements to modernize basically the innovation uptake process. So there are lower risks, better quality, and better price. So that's a win-win-win situation from what I can see. Then, according to our analysis, so far, we have an experience from the side of the Commission the last 10 years having PCPs, And according to our analysis, you can see that there are clear benefits from the approach. The PCPs that we have given so far, boosting business opportunities for SMEs and startups mainly, because award 70% instead of the usual 30% of contracts to SMEs and startups. It helps better growth, doubles the commercialization rate, helps to create strategic partnerships with larger companies in some cases, but also helps startups and SMEs to obtain financial investment. There are other benefits and impacts for more efficient, higher quality solutions. Again, according to our analysis, 20 to 30% of quality and efficiency improved the public services, contribute to roll out more interoperable solutions, and uptake is there very prominent. And finally, it reinforces the strategic autonomy of the EU because most of these solutions are made in Europe solutions. Very briefly, here it's a snapshot of the PCPs that we have funded so far, starting from Close-Eye to Evisa to EU CISE, Broadway, which is a very famous case, and Subtle as well, to today's PREVENT PCP and iProcureSecurity, which I look with a lot of interest to see the final outcomes, the final presentations of the projects, and also to discuss what's next for the continuation of the ideas. And finally, what's next? So I've been asked this question many times about the continuation of a PCP. When PCP comes to an end, there are two different approaches that you can follow. The one is to, as I said, to have an informed procurement decision if the products are mature enough to go to the market, and also to start procuring afterwards, to procure these solutions. But PCPs and PPIs, they are outside of the overall WTO framework and outside of the EU public procurement directives. What does that mean? It means that it uses different rules for successfully implemented PCPs. And then the second option is that procurement is to have a PPI, public procurement of innovative solutions. This PPI is a project that it can be used from the side of procurer, but also from the side of the EU. From our side at the Commission, the restriction is that we have, as of course you know, because it's procurement with our budget, we can fund up to 50% of the overall project, which means we have to be aware that there is in the market from the procurer side, there is the willingness to contribute and to financially provide as well the 50% of the project. So this will help to the deployment of commercial volumes of end products, wide diffusion of newly developed solutions, and it continues the development basically, but this leads to procurement afterwards. So on the other side, we have cases of procurers doing PPIs. You don't need the European support for PPIs. At the national level, you can proceed with PPIs and to continue with the further development and then procurement of the solutions. And I think I will stop here. I look forward with a lot of interest for today's discussion. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. And again, congratulations to the organizers for the excellent initiative. And thanks for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I think having this initial presentation to our final event allow everybody also to understand what we have done, not only practically in our project in the last years, but also what is the big picture, what are we aiming to, what we have made thanks to our work. And we will discuss also more in detail the next steps, what is going to happen afterwards. There will be a dedicated panel understanding a bit what are the best practices, what are the challenges, the difficulties, and what are the important steps that contractors and procurers see forward. Today, what we want to understand, the organization of this event is not just the closure of our two projects, but it's also we want also to give light to the work that we have implemented from the two different perspectives. What have the procurers, our public buyers, gained throughout this process? What have the contractors gained? what have been the difficulties in this process? Is there something that can be improved? Is there something that was particularly successful? So I think this is a very important moment for our two projects, but also for the Commission and also for external to understand really the real impact of our work basically in the last years. And I believe I can say already now, even though we'll understand it also throughout the project, I think both projects were very successful in their initiative and the implementation. So I'm very happy really that so many people gather here and that we are going to have a moment of common understanding, joint discussion. And I'm also very happy to have Janice here giving this initial very important framework of what we are actually doing, why we are doing it, what do we aim for. I don't know if there are questions towards Yanis that can be, there are questions that can be already asked, and I think he's available to answer.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a question.
Thank you for the presentation. Concerning the so-called fourth phase, as the products that we have at the end of the third phase are not commercial products, I like to know what are the obligations that we can put in the contractors in order that we have a final improvement, a final adjustment of the solutions after we can buy it. Thank you.
Was it clear, the question, or?
Yes, maybe I can come in and respond. Thanks for the very valuable question. This is actually exactly what I was describing with my last slide on PPI. PPI is a tool that will, of course, continue the further development up to commercialization level. And then you have there, let's say, the whole process, tested the final commercialized product, and then you procure and you open it. With one process, you have the further development, and then you have also the procurement side of the tool. So I would strongly suggest, if a product is not mature enough to go to the market, then you need to go through the PPI process afterwards, following up the PCP. I hope this whole helps provides the answer. Otherwise, it's up again to the industry, to the market in some other PCP cases where the development was more, let's say, mature at the end of the PCP, that could go directly to procurement. But as far as I remember, and please, I'm happy to discuss, as you said, these two projects at the end, they will need further endeavors, I would say, after the PCP. So I would say the most suitable tool is a PPI afterwards to continue, and then have the procurement in case you want the tool.
There is another question. Thanks for the answer, and also thanks for the valuable question.
Good morning, Yanis. I have a question related to any time constraints for our project to start a PPI, not later than a year, I don't know. We have to decide if to start a PPI or not.
Okay.
Maybe I can go directly. I think this is Silvio, because I cannot see you, and yes.
Yeah, I thought about the comment on the other way.
Yes. So yeah, Silvio, no, I think there are no the time constraint here is just the development of the technology, not to be outdated, I would say. So have in mind that any kind of continuation needs to be as swift as possible, so the whole development that you have done is not losing momentum, basically. Then, apart from that, as you know, it's a matter, because now we're talking about procurement, so any follow-up action will entail procurement afterwards, so the buyers need to have the money to buy. So this also is an extra layer of complexity, and sometimes this provides further delays. So I would say it's up to the buyers to decide how fast and how I would say committed is to willing to buy afterwards the solution and to find the money for the procurement.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, then I would thank once again Yanis for your time and again for the presentation, answering the questions with your availability. I think we can proceed with the next part. So initially, now we're gonna go through a short initial presentation of what the projects are about. And we're going to have the project coordinator from PREVENT PCP and iProcureSecurity PCP giving a general overview of the work, the aims, the objectives of the project, of the two projects. And after that, we will go to the lead procurer perspective. So we will try to understand, as you know, we had a very important figure as part of the two projects, the lead procurer, which is covered for both of us by one organization, which is CHEMEA. So CHEMEA will give the perspective of the lead procurer, what has been done, and their role, the essential role of the project. And then we will continue with the panels. So this will be the only parts of the presentation. After that will be just panels and discussions. I think that I would give the floor to our first presentation, Bernard Jäger, Project Coordinator of iProcureSecurity PCP. He's the head of research and department of Sinio, and Sinio is the project coordinator of the iProcureSecurity PCP project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Serena. Welcome, everybody. My name is Bernard Jäger. I'm head of research of Sinio, and yeah, I had the honor to lead the iProcureSecurity PCP project together with my colleague Serena. And for me today, it's a really special day, I have to say, because myself, I'm involved in this and previous project with now more than 5 years. And that's quite a while to build something up and to see something grow from an initial vision. It's really great to be here today to have all of you in the room and to have the opportunity to highlight a little bit and give a little bit of context what we've done over these years to come to this point today. All right, so we were starting with the end actually, so giving you a little bit context to see where how our final pilots went. But how did all of this start? So actually, also IPS PCP started with the coordination and support action in the first place back in 2019. And the idea of this initial CSA was really to screen the whole EMS ecosystem to understand where currently the biggest innovation gaps in this domain. And a very clear output at the end of this project was triage management is one of the biggest issues where all of the EMS forces we talked to had problems and saw the biggest opportunity for innovation and bringing in innovation where they saw which makes a huge difference. So these were main points that were found in the CSA. So it was clear in the planning and decision making, it's very complex. You have huge mass casualty incidents, you have a lot going on at the same time. So you need a robust system that helps you to make good planning ahead and good decision making. Resource allocation, as you can imagine, in these huge events is tricky. So system that supports you in that is key. Triage practice, also, especially probably if you work on cross-border or close-to-border situations, you might have different approaches from different EMS services. So it's also important that you can easily adapt and co-work together. And also transfer data in the right way. Interoperability is a big topic also with other players in the field, and also especially on the data aspects that you quickly can also exchange the data to the place where you need it. So based on this, we built up a really great team, I have to say, with 9 procurers from 5 different countries. With Kemea as lead procurer, we have CES 061 from Spain and Servos from Spain, who are in charge here for the emergency medical services. The Red Cross Austria, our host today, from Italy, Areo and ASLBN. From Greece, the Hellenic Red Cross and ECA, and from Turkey, IBB from Izmir. And these are EMS services that are in charge of more than 40 million people in their domains, so quite a huge size. Supported were this group of buyers with Empirica from Germany, our friends from AHD from Turkey, and from us. And besides that, of course, we also had additional experts and advisors that helped us to get further input, but also to reach out to other EMS services, making them understand what we're trying to build, and ideally also participate in the innovation procurement process. So finally, our main vision, the main goal of IPS PCP was to improve triage analysis in MCIs through a flexible triage management system and focusing really on the R&D services in order to build an innovative new solution for the whole domain. So finally, we tried to come to a clear view on what we want to have at the end of this project. And the idea was to ask for a solution which is able to quickly and accurately provide an overview over all casualties in this EMS, in this event, to have better decision-making support, to better allocate resources, and to more quickly also provide support to the casualties. Further on, we want to have improved interoperability with other first responder organizations and other relevant actors, reduced handover times from the ambulance transport to the hospitals, and better insights for quality assurance and for training measures. So here on the right side, you can see the different PCP phases, and we also try to innovate not just how triage management is done, we also try to innovate at the end of the day on how innovation procurement can be done. So most likely all of you know this image. You've seen this in different variations. This was our main approach. As said in the beginning, we had a very strong focus on building up the requirements and building up the core tenders, and then going through the particular phases. As mentioned before, besides the actual innovation for a new innovative triage solution, we also were looking on the way PCPs were done, and we also thought what can be improved to this process. So therefore, we also have developed an own innovation procurement platform that also will sustain beyond the end of the project, which allows also to find more information about other tenders, allows suppliers to present themselves, and also to do matchmaking for new and upcoming tender opportunities. That's one thing. On the other side, we also built up a full tender management tool, which means it allowed us internally to collect all of the submissions and to run through all of the evaluations with our partners remotely. So that was also for us a senior big thing, as it was something that we worked on the go, and which also proved to be in the project really as supportive tool for all of the buyers working remotely together. Yeah, a few impressions from the different phases. So we were starting with in phase one with several solutions that made it to phase one. And we had a big event in Vienna where all of the solutions also had the chance to present again directly to the group of buyers on their concepts and what they've developed beyond the what they submitted in their first application. In phase two, 4 suppliers made it to the second phase, and as we can see, and this is something I wanted to highlight, what was quite important for us was that we were really trying to make several rounds of on-site engagements between solution providers and procurers. So we saw that this was extremely important and key to ensure that they directly can interact with each other and can discuss, let's say, everyday problems in usability and in innovating the solution. Because often the issue are really the small details, and hands-on experience was something extremely important. So we tried to do this over the project many times. Of course, we also had online meetings in regular basis, but I think especially these kind of online events, which were challenging also for our partners, and of course also for the solution providers to travel to all of the procurer sites. But in the end, I think that was something that really also pushed the project in a very good way, and also as we've seen finally in the last phase from our solution providers, the solutions that were shown, and you will learn a little bit later on directly from them how they are looking and what they have created. So That I think was a really important part. So finally, also in phase 3, we really did run an in-depth pilot. This is what you've seen in the beginning, how the solution would work under realistic conditions. And I think that was what we've seen in these pilots, was also that from the MS services, they were really engaged in, let's say, not just let's try another solution and see how it works, but they really tried to do it in a very realistic way under pressure with their staff to see what works and what doesn't work in these situations. And I think all of these pilots, also from the videos that you've seen, they really went very well. So we've also seen the solution that were provided did fulfill, I would say in this case, most of the expectations in this case. And I think it also showed the innovation through the 3 years process from concept to a living system. And that was, to myself, this was really impressive to see this. Because it was a lot of work from a lot of people that are also in the room today, from supplier side and procurer side, really working very closely together. And I would say that on its own is a real success, having so many people from so different perspectives working so closely together, building something new. So I will not take more of your time. You will see during the day much more from the solutions and also from the buyer's perspective. And again, really great to have you, everybody of you in the room. And hopefully we can have the discussions then later on in the break. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. I think this allowed us to understand better what iProcureSecurity PCP did in the past years. Now we'll give the floor to Silvio, the project coordinator of PREVENT PCP from engineering. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Let me start saying thanks to Serena and all the team that organized this meeting, and also to Red Cross for having hosted it. I know how much effort you put in place for organizing it. Yes, I think PREVENT PCP for an probably.
This one.
Yes. This is.
It's working, yeah.
That is ours. This is ours.
That's the wrong
I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Question video. In order to show you what's the topic of PREVENT PCP, let me start with a question. Probably you have seen in the past an abandoned item in a train station or metro station, even in airports. I think it happens, or I hope not, but it happens for many reasons. And what do we have to do in this case? Or search for a security officer or call 112, okay? And then they send a first inspection team to analyze the item, then a specific unit, an anti-bomb probably. Then they have to evacuate the area, stop trains. So the consequences are not only about safety, there are also economic consequences during the management of such situations. Okay. So the main goal of PREVENT PCP is to augment the security in public transport through innovative procurement of technology solutions. 3 are the main pillars what we requested to the different contractors. First of all, to automatically detect potentially dangerous unattended items in public transport infrastructure. If I will mention PTOs in our domain means public transport operators. So if I will say PTOs, it means public transport operators. Then to identify and track the perpetrators. Identify doesn't mean it's Silvio, it's Lorenzo, it's Youssef. It means that we create a kind of descriptor of the perpetrator in order to track him or her if he's running away or if he's just having a call on the phone and so on. And then to implement a crisis management system. As for the other project, iProcureSecurity, we started from the CSA where we analyzed the scenarios, we created requirements, we created, the first one. We started on creating, again, the requirements, the needs, collect the needs, not only by involving the partners in the project, but also involving other PTOs. This is the list of all the participants, all the partners involved in PREVENT PCP. We had advisors like Corves, IIP, Istituto Italiano per la Privacy, VIAS Institutes. We have UAITP, Astra, Polish Platform, Moradex, Masley, and all the other. In particular, on the right-hand side, we have all the PTOs, including also CHEMEA, Public Bias, Regional Sud. We have SNCF. Let me list all of them because they are all important to me because we collaborated for 3 years. Then we have SNCF, Metro Lisbon, RATP, Ferrovia North, FGC, ProRail, TNB, and the MD of Genova. And 2 LEAs, the Ministry of Interior in Spain and also the Department of Interior in the Catalonia. We also involved a UOG, a user observatory group. They were important to us. Indeed, they are also involved in the meeting tomorrow, and they are also here today in this room, because the user observatory group is composed of experts and practitioners from public transport operators. And the idea is to involve them in the whole chain, I mean, starting from the requirements, and they also had a look at the solutions, what was implemented by the 2 contractors. We tested in 4 different cities, more than 4 to be honest, because for example, in France, we tested it not only in Paris, but also in Marseille. We tested it in Spain, in Barcelona, in Portugal, Metro Lisbon, and in Italy, AMT. I don't know, to be honest, in your PCP, we had 2 different committees in our projects, the PEC, the Procurement Evaluation Committee, and also the Technical Management Committee, who evaluated not only the technical aspects, but also the procurement aspects. And CHEMEA, who played the role of the procurement board, composed by 3 members of the CHEMEA, a procurement department dealing with administrative aspects of the procurement. And CHEMEA played such a role in the 2 PCPs. We received at the beginning 55 expressions of interest from different consortia. 18 offers received, coming from 34 different tenderers and 7 subcontractors. Tenders coming from 9 different countries, 8 from EU countries, and 1 from Turkey. 9 single tenderers, one of them is in the phase 3, is Atos, the other one in phase 3 is PREVENT, is a consortium. We started with phase 1 with 6 different contractors, not 7 as in your case. Then we had in phase 2 those contractors, only 4, Atos, Damon, Herta, and PREVENT, the last one. And now, at the end, we have the 2 contractors involved in phase 3. They are presenting their solution, not really a demo, because it was not possible for many reasons, because they are connected to internal systems of the PTOs. They just present what they implemented, and they are Atos and PREVENT. That's all on my side.
Well, thank you very much. I think if there are questions, we have 1 minute for questions. I think this in the first introductions about the project, it's more common, it's more known, let's say. So if there are no questions, I suggest that we continue directly with the next presentation. So the next part will be presented by our lead procurer, who has played a major role in both projects. So also, I think it's the right moment to thank them for their work, which wasn't easy. So we have here today Panayota. I think most of you know her already. And she will give us today a bit of perspective from what is the work of the lead procurer behind pre-commercial procurement and innovation procurement action. So I will simply pass the floor to you, Panayota, whenever you're ready. Thank you. Thank you very much. In the meanwhile, maybe, I think all of you have an agenda, so you follow everything, but the first break will be the lunch break. So coffee is available, of course, if you are really needing some coffee. But yeah, first real break will be lunch. Straight to the lunch. And I will say that during the break, so if you are needing some extra breakfast, it's also available. If there are questions about the project or any doubts that you want to raise in this cold moment, I think it's the right time to use for questions. Here? Like this, I think somebody. Good morning from me as well. I would also like to welcome you to the iProcureSecurity study, the procuring of all PCPs. I will start my presentation with two words about CHEMEA. CHEMEA was founded in 2005. It's a scientific research and consulting organization overseen by the Hellenic Ministry of Citizen Protection. CHEMEA constitutes a think tank on security issues, physical and cyber security. It tackles in participation in security research and innovation projects at national, European and international level, in providing advice and joint security plans for public and private sector entities,
conducting special teams in the fight against crime and terrorism, critical infrastructure protection, borders, civil protection, and cyber security. And finally, in strengthening interagency, intersector, interscientific, and cross-border cooperation. CHEMEA operates in 7 research sectors, namely anti-crime policy sector, Institute International Network for the Study of Extremism and Terrorism, critical infrastructure protection, border management, cybersecurity, civil protection, and training and certification. Last year, CHEMEA had 86 projects, where the 9% was in the infra sector. CHEMEA is the first to act as lead procurer, providing research services via pre-commercial procurement of innovation for developing technological and operation solutions which are not available in the market. The projects where CHEMEA acted as lead procurer are PREVENT PCP, iProcureSecurity PCP, Drug Detect, Satul, Evisa, and Civil Next. The lead procurer was the public buyer appointed to coordinate and lead the joint PCP and to sign and award the framework agreement and the phase-specific contracts in its name and on behalf of the other procurers in the public buyers group. The lead procurer was responsible for starting and drafting the procurement procedure and content of the documents, for preparing the joint procurement agreement, for awarding decision and signature of the framework agreement and phase-specific contracts, for monitoring contract implementation, for the payments on behalf of the public buyers group, and for appointing the members of the evaluation committee and the technical committee. It is good to point out here that the PCP committees were the key players in the PCP phases. We had 3 committees: the evaluation committee, which was the ultimate decision-making board for the procurement; the technical committee, which formulated the text specification, the evaluation and award criteria; and CHEMEA administrative boards, and as Silvio said, was composed by 3 members of CHEMEA procurement department, dealing with administrative aspects of the procurement. In regards to contract implementation, CHEMEA supported the PCP committees by being the link of the communication between public buyers and contractors, provided information and assistant committee members regarding the PCP regulations and procedures, organized led committee meetings, and provided support in the monitoring meetings between the committee members and contractors. On the other hand, provided support to contractors by being the link of the communication between public buyers, committee members, and contractors, provided information and assistance to contractors throughout the PCP phases, answered contractors' questions regarding the procurement and during the implementation of the PCP phases, checked the accuracy of all drawings, documentation, and information supplied to the lead procurer in connection with the framework agreement, and following the submission of the payment invoices and the supporting documentation, checked the documentation prior to the payment release. Before the PCP phases, the preparator phase took place, where the user requirements and use cases were defined. We had the open market consultation and the preparation of the tender documents, and then we moved on to the call for tenders. A pre-commercial procurement constitutes a competitive market sourcing procedure for procuring research and development services, promotes collaboration with other contracting authorities that have a similar need for research and development, promotes research and development of innovative solutions of products and services that do not currently exist in the market, promotes also the development of a new product, service, or digital solution. In a PCP, different suppliers competing in parallel through different phases of development, and this facilitates the access of new innovative players like startups and SMEs to the public procurement market. Finally, in the PCP, the risk and benefits are shared between the procurers and the suppliers under market conditions. In the phase 1 started with 6 proposed solutions in PREVENT PCP and 7 in iProcureSecurity PCP. We continued in phase 2 with 4 solutions per project, and in phase 3 we had 2 solutions per project, having successfully completed the phase. In particular, for PREVENT PCP, We have 9 procurers who have tested the solutions and have a license to use them for free. 8 consortium suppliers who maintain the APRs of their solutions, and 13 interested buyers. On the other hand, for iProcureSecurity PCP, we have 9 procurers who have tested the solutions and have a license to use them for free. 2 consortium suppliers who maintain the APRs of their solutions, and 12 interested buyers. Before I close my presentation, I would like again to present you the phase 3 successful solutions, starting from iProcureSecurity PCP, where we had the consortium of iTrier and consortium of Ensure, and for PREVENT PCP, the Bullstas Atos and the consortium of Prevail. That was from me, and on behalf of KEMEA team, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
So once again, from both project sides, I think we owe a big thanks to KEMEA for the great work that they have done in this sector. I think already from this presentation, it starts also being clear. Some of us know it already because we have worked actively on the project, but it's a bit clear also the complexity behind innovation procurement. They are not, let's say, simple or more common projects, but they are much more complex. That the work behind it and the competencies also from a technical perspective that are requested is very high. And so I think we start getting into the real work that is requested for innovation procurement and pre-commercial procurement specifically. So thank you once again. I don't know if there are questions to KEMEA. Otherwise, we are back on time, which is good. And we continue now with the next part of this event. Now in the next hours, before and after lunch, we decided to dedicate time to showcase what the contractors for the 2 projects have done, what they have created, anything which is public, of course, and can be shared, but what is actually the end products that have been developed so far based on the requirements of the procurement, of the public buyer, sorry. So we will start with iProcureSecurity PCP. We'll start with the iTrier consortium. We have 3 speakers that will showcase the solution of iTrier, which I kindly... we have Eleftheris, Maria, and Baptiste. I don't know if they want to join the floor altogether or one after the other. But
we remain at
perfect. Thank you very much. Then the floor is yours.
Thank you. I have it's Maria Trollinou from iTrier. I have the privilege to be the iTrier project coordinator, and I have the privilege to introduce the consortium. From the beginning, we had a goal, strategy, to have absolutely complementary partners, and we had the luck, and we managed to succeed. So you will see. Okay. So you will see that iTrier. So please do. Okay. Here. Okay. So as you have heard from the video, we are 4 private companies, 1 research institute, and 1 university. And here you will see at a glance. Oh. Here you will see at a glance our expertise, the partners' expertise, and the diversity of our consortium inside the solution. So we have ICCIs for the triage, CIS Group from France for the MCA management, Beta 80 from Italy for the management of evacuation. From Groman, we have the interoperability with health citizen apps. From ERC, from Turkey, we have the interoperability with the hospitals. And the guidance from the university is for the KPI, MCI, KPIs. So, as you have heard with the video, our innovations are a lot, but we have some points to remind you, is the from-scratch design of the digital triage tag. Not only the hardware, but the apps that they are offering the triage in seconds. The overview and the details for the triage managers and the hospital doctors. Customizable algorithms for auto triage and for the prioritization of victims to perform fair evacuation. We have advanced control of the MCI for the leaders and the participants and instant teams creation to serve the MCI. So we have now our technical manager to explain more the solution, and from CS Group we have
Thank you, Maria. I'm pretty sure that all of you that you have seen the video, you also show a difference in Maria's here, right? So we are progressing in the next level, that's more on the commercialization. So good morning, everyone. I'm Eleftherios Zouloglu from Institute of Communication and Computer Systems. I acted as the technical manager also of the iTrier consortium way of working in this PCP. So here we see the overview. It's something that at least the procurers have seen several times. What we want to show, we cannot go into details in these 30 minutes, but what we want to show is that the fact that we were many different partners from many different countries and also providing different solutions, creating the whole picture of the iTrier solution, created the need also for increased integration and finding solutions that will make this efficient, not only for achieving the integration among us, but also achieving to have a flexible system and modular system. What we are showing here is the building blocks that were related firstly on the triage, including the tag and the applications, the significant building block on MCI management tool, the other building block on evacuation for ambulances, and all the peripheral, let's say, applications for bringing data or sending data mainly to hospitals. In order now to be able to integrate all of them and integrate them in a way that will be flexible, allowing either on the cloud deployment or even going to the other extreme for a fleet deployment in case you are losing connection, for example, to cloud deployment, you can understand that a lot of effort needed, a lot of replications. We selected an architecture actually that allowed all these deployments, as we call it, an architecture that follows the data mesh paradigm. So each organization or each part of the response that might be different, civil protection and ambulances and hospitals, do keep their ownership and they integrate through this logic of data mesh. But surely in order for such a solution to function that highly depends on digital means, etc., we had to design and to also provide equipment that will be able to support field communications, network field communications, absolutely needed in order to transfer information. Although, as I said, the solution is quite flexible on the way that it's going to be deployed. Although all the data are being cast in all applications, including the triage application, including the MCI management application. But at the end, at some point, this information should reach a control center. Therefore, we worked a lot, also in the third phase, to provide field network communication to configure this and make also our applications immediately compatible with them, including also Bluetooth gateway for data collection, which can act as a central gateway for collecting all the data from nearby tags in order to try to minimize as much as possible the involvement of responders only for data collection. This is something, a lesson learned, that you cannot ask someone, a responder at the time that provides medical assistance, to go against the victim just for data collection. So this has been introduced actually throughout the project and through the discussions we had with procurers. What we show here is actually a mapping of all these solutions that we understood that created a little bit of confusion in the procurers. Instead of having just one application with everything, we selected for several reasons, for modularity, for robustness, for improving the development process, to have different applications for different actors. The process starts with the MCI declaration through the ONC, the command and control platform, and then we start the triage process with the triage app, the mobile app and the tag, and gradually, when need for evacuation comes, there is a dedicated dispatch console for the dispatchers and the people responsible actually for the evacuation process. Triage is going always in parallel. Incident management is going always in parallel for communication, but there are dedicated applications for dedicated roles, including an ambulance app. What we selected, the approach that we selected is not to have our ambulance app, but to have what we call a white label app. A good example of an ambulance app that is being used actually in real life, to integrate this in order to show that also other ambulance apps, and this is a strategic decision to say that we should be compatible with existing applications that are working, that people are being trained on, to show integration with our solution. Giving the floor to Baptiste Sai from CS Group, Soklasteria, to speak about the MCI declaration process and management. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. So yes, the first step in the trial system is the declaration of the MCI. Usually starts with a phone call from someone on the field. Then the trial system is activated, and the call center, for example, will start to enter key informations of an incident, the location with the map allowing to see some details about traffic, basic information. That being done, the trial system is activated, and all teams participating on the field will be activated, so to say. And then data exchange will be made between all actors, remotely and on the field, allowing to share all important details, in details or overviews with KPI. Then during the incident management, based on the command and control system, all information entered on the field will be available to the MCI commanders. That's critical in order to take important decisions and to activate teams on the field, sharing tasks and needs on the field, and allocating vehicles to evacuate. In particular, resources coordination is made through the system, including task assignation, in order to be able to assign the right teams to the right purposes. We can also in the system share information about missing items, equipment, and have a coordination through text chats or through voice communication, which is critical also to share quick information. Voice communication channels have been developed for each pilot situation. This is one of the examples, having one voice communication channel for commanders, remotely and on the field, another voice communication channel for local commanders of different teams, and others channels in order to share the right information with the right people, which is key in the incident management. So then I will let Teos talk about triage.
This is like a choreography, and this was the way that we were collaborating also. All the time we had to give the floor to someone else, since we were heavily integrated one to each other. So now we're going to speak about the primary and secondary triage process in the field, quite important, quite central, let's say, for the project. And this involved definitely the development of the digital triage tag. This was the tag at the time that we came in Vienna, I believe, again at the end of phase 1, and how it was a really first prototype and how it ended. You are seeing in the video all the process, how the tag is being initiated, how in first 15 seconds you have information about the existence of pulse and breath, and in the next 15 seconds also the first measurements of vitals. Here you are seeing also flashing the tag. It is the embedded auto triage functionality. Actually, the tag is able to run embedded algorithms. And the other important feature that you will see in a moment here, as we will see again the video, is that we integrated, understanding that although at the end necessary in order to provide detailed information for the victim, but at the very first moment, the triage to be really, really fast. So we integrated actually in the final design of a tag an NFC reader, allowing through NFC cards to be able to register all the necessary information, either triage color or even information about the treatment provided. The tag is accompanied by an application, which started quite simple, but then became quite well elaborated, in our opinion. So we have the basic triage screen in the first encounter with the victim, where basic information is provided and also basic information is being selected. As you were seeing also by choosing walking or not walking ambulatory status, also the recommended color was changing. Also, you are able to select to see also a triage algorithm that is being used. And you hear also this alarm that is related to an alarm that is created for this specific case, that a suggested color different from the one that has been selected is there. Also, manually, you can test the start triage algorithm or whatever algorithm. And there are also other functionalities we hope that and prove to be quite useful for the responders, like the location of the victims that have been encountered by a specific user, like registering a new device, not in the field, but for preparation. Quite important also that even if you never had connection with the tag before, you're able to retrieve all the data from the tag, to change the ID of the tag if needed, and also proceeding to what we call advanced triage, where injuries can be declared for different parts of the body. As you saw, Glasgow Coma Score was there. Treatment can be provided in detail, either with the NFC tags or then in detail by selecting by existing categories of medicine or interventions to be recorded. All this information is transmitted also to the tag in order to be retrieved by other users, even in the extreme case that connection is being lost. And then also a form for personal information of the victim, including, if needed, allergies, etc. A final step, quite important, and probably there is room for improvement here, is what is going to be shown in a moment, the disposition, meaning not the location, the exact location which is taken automatically, but more on the definition of in which state the victim, stage of the process the victim is. Finally, all these are combined also with a web platform for a triage manager in the tent, for example, where all the information collected is being provided and aggregated and visualized. So you see some examples actually from the Italian pilot, how information is visualized about the current vitals, any injuries that are being declared, and in these injuries also what we call chief complaint can be declared. Medication provided, timeline of vitals, but also when the interventions have been made, location of the victim in the map, surely. Also, the triage manager can select if the victim is ready to be dispatched, and this gives a message to another system that will go, and also overview of information about the victims, and the interventions that have been made to them. As we explained, also for the evacuation logistics, there was an already developed and mature solution that has been integrated and further developed in order to meet the requirements coming from Beta 80. Again, a combination of three different things. The dispatch console, as a basic solution there, as a basic view, is the list of victims that are ready to be dispatched, so not overwhelming the responsible for dispatch with victims that are not yet ready to be dispatched, and available vehicles, available ambulances or vehicles to use. The same functionality is available through a mobile application, probably easier in the field. And behind this, there are some optimization algorithms that take into account the situation of the victims, the injuries, the triage category, etc., but also the availability of ambulances, including distance, including type of ambulance, etc., and the availability of hospitals. So behind these, recommendations are being provided, listed to the dispatcher, but surely at the end, a confirmation is required. Finally, as we were saying before, an application for ambulances in order to be able to receive the dispatch orders and actually inform the dispatch center for them. Quite important to mention that this application has been integrated with the tags, meaning we developed an SDK in order to allow this application from a third party for us at the end, meaning at the end partners in the consortium, to be able to use the tags, to receive the ID from the tags, to receive vitals from the tags, and therefore ensuring that there is a chain that connects all the components that informs at the end the iTrio system. Quite challenging, given that at the end we haven't achieved to have access to real systems providing information from the hospitals or to the hospitals, but this is why we created also some mock-up services for this. But quite important information, sure, for the response, we integrated a system that's able to receive in EDXL Hub the protocol for receiving hospital availability of hospitals and their services, as well as then exporting all the information about victims in EDXL TEP for tracking victims, translating this to HL7, which is the standard for hospital management systems, in order to allow informing directly hospitals that are receiving patients, specific patients, about their situation. Giving back the floor to Baptiste. Yes.
Yeah, so once victims are evacuated, we can consider the MCI is closed. Once the MCI is over, a key element of the system is the ability to analyze what has been done. So reports can be exported containing key informations, indicators of the response on the incident, and also detailed information about actions performed by the teams on the field and remotely. So we have reports allowing to analyze the results of the management of the crisis. And there is also a simulation mode in the system, allowing to replay what has been done in real time in order to have all necessary informations and also to train on the system. Simulation and training are very closely related in the system, and training, of course, is a key element in the system for EMS personnel to be able to use the system in the best way.
again, the tango continues. So, what we are, I'm pretty sure that you all know the challenge when it comes to DRS projects, and especially when it comes to projects focusing on medical assistance, is the fact that you cannot have real victims for your exercises. And although this has been covered by expert volunteers and students that are well trained for exercises and how to behave in order to make it even more realistic, this wouldn't be true if we had a digital triage tag measuring real vitals from volunteers. It would not be realistic, and surely for the pilots. So what we designed, actually, taking advantage of the theory that our partner UPO Primitive Hub has on designing what they call casualty stories, we digitalized this process and we integrated also a simulation capability to the tag. The idea is quite simple, meaning each casualty has a story with a time to apply the necessary interventions based on specific vital signs that are expected according to the situation of the victim, to the status of the victim, and if everything is done in time or not, a different evolution is there. All these are integrated to the tag, and in order to help the exercise process, the pilot process, also selecting which simulation file, which casualty will be run by each tag is selected through an NFC tag again, meaning that each volunteer will just have an NFC tag in order to initiate the proper simulation process. And now giving back the floor to Maria in order to close with conclusion and experiences that we had. We discussed a lot about this, so she distilled everything in her mind in order to transfer this to you.
I will try to, from the pool of experience, to use only the non-discussed ones, usually not often discussed. Okay. So for the challenges, during phase 1 and phase 2, we had limited access to the procurers. So no opportunity or limited opportunity for co-creation. But of course, we have another advantage, the competition. And the competition drives the innovation and accelerates the development. So we had to try a little bit more. Fortunately, in iTrier, we had our co-creation opportunities with CRIMEDIN doctors that guide us and some external volunteers. The second channel is about meeting our requirements, and which is different than adapting the solution for 5 pilots. So yes, we had clearly defined requirements in the tender, but understanding the operation of 9 different EMS organizations is really challenging. And although we offer an adaptable solution, it's difficult to adapt and customize for different organizations. Of course, we wish we had the end users more time on board on the customization. And the third challenge is the 200 days, phase 3. We had the pleasure and the honor to be part of phase 3, but the milestones were a little bit challenging. From January to June, we had installations, training, testing, new features, adaptations in 5 countries. So other less discussed, sorry, other less discussed issues are the secret for the innovators. I have to reveal it. While coordinating R&D teams, I realized that they claim that quality is easy and need just repetition. Following the exact requirements is really easy. They say, the urge to innovate is very strong for them. They need this excitement, and in the long run, they are right, because we have benefits from the innovations. But sometimes the procurers were wondering why the fix of a bug is not a priority. Although we're very quick in this was a real reason behind what we call the attitude of innovators. So let's go to the empathy for the EMS teams. The EMS teams are really responsible persons, and they have very many duties. So we have respect for their jobs, we have respect for their times, but as project managers and teams, we would like to push more the end users. Here we have to note that in some projects we follow the user engagement almost every day. So, although we have experienced partners in R&D projects, this project was really give us the opportunity to go deeper in the emergency sector and to finally have deeper connection in phase 3 with the procurers. And it wasn't, of course, about fulfilling the project requirements. We had uncovered a lot of domain-specific needs and a lot of country-specific needs. And the demands of procurers were really practical and real-world demands, and guide us in this. So let's go. Overall, we say we had the gains. We had, as suppliers, we feel satisfaction that we have managed to meet the requirements and the challenges of the project. Not only managing 6 R&Ds that we are in this consortium, but also manage to configure the system for each procurer's MC management protocols. So overall, the feedback was very valuable. We had gained new ideas, and these new ideas provoke more new ones. So I would like to transform the lessons learned into a small wish list. The public entities has to encourage more innovation through flexible procurement strategies as tax relief. And the lack of pre-financing for the phase 3, it was challenging. And we would like the supervisory agency to encourage certification and maybe provide some consulting on this about the clear and fast certification pathways. Also, we wish procurers to push more for innovations rather than products that resemble the status quo. And suppliers must align more on the market demands. And the commercial readiness, I believe, it must be evaluated separately from the innovation by business criteria. So this is not the end. The commercialization panel will follow, so I'm not going to elaborate on this. It was a very nice, transformative experience for all of us. Thank you, partners, for the smooth cooperation. Thank you, procurers. Thank you, Kemal. Thank you, Senior.
Also, a big thanks to you, because as we can understand, innovation is not an easy pathway, especially if we have an infrastructure behind, and we have people and procurers who have other duties. Like if we talk about PREVENT PCP, we're talking about emergency, like domestic incidents, which is occurring more and more in different forms, in different ways. And on the one end, we need to provide our procurers with innovative solutions to manage them better. On the other side, there are already existing infrastructure that are working. And also we are talking about, for iProcureSecurity PCP, we have more than 250 requirements. We have 5 different countries, 5 different member states with very different needs, with very different existing infrastructures. We have, so it's complex, it's challenging, but that's how innovation should be, I suppose. So I don't know if there are questions to our colleagues from iTrier. There is questions? Yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have a quick question about a feature you mentioned. You said that the solution was developed to maintain the data ownership. Can you explain a little bit more that feature?
Yes, sure, and many thanks for the question. The logic is that we assume that each of the components actually is being installed to a specific organization. We expect, for example, the command and control center and platform probably to be in a civil protection area, level, etc., or at the ambulance agency at least. Well, in parallel, at least it's not the case in Greece. In Greece, we are really centralized, being a small country, but in Austria, for example, we know that 3 different ambulance services. So the idea is that we are able to deploy each of the components to different organizations, and surely when it comes to hospitals, we're speaking about different organizations with different databases, etc. And you reach an agreement on data sharing. This is the data spaces approach that European Commission and overall European innovation is forwarding a lot. So instead of creating a central repository, having all the data collected there with a really specific structure, difficult to change, etc., you distribute the databases. You have a database in the command and control that has the essential information about handling the MCI and basic information about triage. But when it comes to triage, that might be in another place, in another organization, when it comes to the way that the country is actually organized in MCI response, you have all the details, including medical information, etc. And you are sharing only the information that has been agreed between the 2 organizations or organizational levels to be served through channels, dedicated channels, that can be established and actually follow the relevant legislation. I hope that I covered the answer. But it is the trend that it is there for health data exchange overall, this approach of data spaces, which is more on agreements on how to share data, but and not agreements on establishing common repositories, etc. That was something really in the past.
Thank you very much. So we have to proceed. You can also use the lunch if you have further questions to approach the speakers and answer further questions. So I say we can continue with the next showcase from the second contractor who took part in our ProcureSecurity PCP project. The consortium is called Ensure. We also have 3 speakers from their side: Alexios Pakoutsidis, Leonidas Perpeles, and Vangelis Pakalis. So I leave you the floor, and probably we will take 10 minutes from now.
One of us.
No, poi dopo incontrare the framework agreement.
Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. Hello, my name is Alexis Pagozidis. Today we are going to present you the solution that we developed in iProcureSecurity PCP named Ensure. Our consortium consists from three companies: Satways, who is leading the consortium, Trackbit, and also Incisio AB, which were basically our medical expertise in disaster medicine. Trackbit was developing the wearable devices that we see in this presentation, and we were the experts for enterprise, for managing all the crisis management software. Okay, so since the audience is full experts on this topic, and also people who are in transportation and PTOs, etc., I will try to give an introduction of what is about this whole software. Basically, what we try is to develop a solution for tackling mass casualty incidents, meaning big disasters where you have many casualties of people who, like earthquakes, train disasters. So our solution is basically aiming to completely handle these situations from the moment of dispatching the resources to the scene, to the field, to the incident site, to triaging the casualties, meaning that we assess with our solution how urgent is the treatment that this person needs treatment at that moment, the coordination of first responders, the resources of the casualties on the scene, but also to the distribution of the casualties to the hospitals, the transportation management, and of course the hospital handover, and what happens after the event, which is reporting statistics, how well the whole handling of the mass casualty event was done, and also the training, the lessons learned at the end of this event. So basically, we developed a complete holistic solution, including all the software and hardware needed for the operation of handling such events. So basically, the core of our software is, of our solution, is the capability to dispatch and manage these large events. Our solution is basically provided the capability to organizing the resources, organizing of the people, of assets, of patient tracking, deploying capability to deploy the solution at national, regional, local level, provide hospital availabilities and integration with other systems, using by interoperability standards to be able to communicate the event with the rest of the stakeholders needed for such events. So basically, the idea is that our system can be integrated with one, two, but also can work all separately in case if it's needed by each national condition, meaning that the national emergency services might need to deploy the solution in a local, regional, or national level. Also, the solution is designed to communicate with agencies such as fire service and police. So when an event happens, which mass casualty event happens, what our solution is designed to do is basically to dispatch this kit, which includes everything that is needed to handle the event on site. So as soon as this happens, as soon as this event is registered, we send somebody to deploy the kit, which includes all the necessary tools to handle the event, including tablet software, smartphones, but also is capable to connect with auxiliary power devices such as batteries, but also with communications standards such as satellite, but also includes 4G, 5G capabilities to connect to several networks. The purpose of this device is basically to act as a communication hub on the scene and be able to capable to create a network on the scene for all the devices that are being used. So I would like to invite Vangelis to present a little bit the rest of it.
Okay, so I will talk a bit about the device, where you can see here what it looks like, but I will show you in a minute how this works. Okay, so the sensing element that we have is this small piece here, which is lightweight, like a matchbox, that can be put either in a wrist using a placeholder or under a patch, so you can put it on the skin. And on the other side, what is sensed here is transferred directly to what we call an electronic triage tag. So this is the device that design-wise we wanted to be able to be used using one hand, is waterproof, so the first emergency responder can use it using gloves that may have blood or anything. So the only thing that he has to do, apart from reading the values here, is to press these sealed buttons, which is something really easy to do. And this device is also equipped with power LED strips here, so it can light up the LED color that is related to the triage status. And you can see how this looks like. So this is the device. I cannot talk and present this together, so I'll try to shout. So this is how it looks like. This is the sensing element here. It's small. You can put it in the patch version. You can easily put it on the chest of the victim. So you can put it like this, and then you can put it here, no matter the direction of the device, and you can light up a color and leave it like this, if you like. And this follows the victim towards the secondary triage or even to the hospital, so you don't have to do anything else. This is how it looks like. And here is the version of how you can put it at the wrist. It's similar idea. So you clip it here. You can easily attach it to the hand of the victim. And this is a proposal if you cannot stick it to the chest. Let's say if you have a trauma here, then it's difficult to stick something here. This is the only reason to use that version. Otherwise, you prefer the patch for a number of reasons that I'm going to present a bit later. Okay, so what we measure with this device actually measures electrocardiogram. So this is one strong point, which is really clinically relevant signal. And out of this, we can capture heart rate variability, also blood pressure. And on the respiration side, we have oxygen saturation, respiratory rate, skin temperature, and respiratory interval condition information. And of course, there is also embedded an accelerometer 3-axis that can give us not only the movement of the patient, but also recognize the activity, if he's sitting, if he's lying, or if he's walking. So this is the screen, how it looks like. So you can see here the parameters and the buttons that I mentioned earlier. These are multifunction buttons, so the label changes and the user presses the buttons accordingly. Now, technology-wise, I would like to state a number of things. The device is able to capture 1, 2, 3 lead ECG, and this is the technology that we use in the patch version. So we are really accurate in capturing heart rate variability, and all biomarkers related to ECG. But we also have photoplethysmograph, and this is a 4-wavelength technology that can penetrate in different depths of the skin. So it's nothing really common. And we use this technology when we put the device at wrist. So the device cleverly changes the way it works. and it detects if it's on the chest, then we use the electrocardiogram, which is really accurate, or at the wrist, where we use the photoplethysmogram. Of course, this happens transparently, so the user doesn't know what is happening behind. We calculate again the same things, but with different, let's say, accuracy. We also have microphones embedded, and we have dual high precision temperature sensor to sense the temperature of the body. Let me press again. Okay, so this is a video to see how the whole process works. So this is the suitcase. I'm here talking again, but anyway. You can see that we don't measure anything at this point. The temperature we're showing because it senses the temperature of the environment. This is actually the first version that we designed. Now we have another design, as you can see here. It's a bit. This is a bit different because we had a comment on the stickers things, so you have to stick it here, and it takes some time, to remove all the stickers. So now we have a single one. So you attach on the side of the device these ECG patches that I'm sure you're familiar with this. So you remove the stickers and then you attach to the victim's chest. Actually, there are 3 different placements that you can try. It works in all the different orientations, but this is the optimal one. We had this video like a guide for the users anyway. So you can stick it there, as you can see. It needs approximately 20 to 30 seconds, depending on the ability to get the values in the beginning. So you can see heart rate, oxygen saturation, respiration rate, temperature. Temperature will start increasing in a minute. And of course, you also have systolic and diastolic blood pressure, heart rate variability at the same time. So the color, now you can do it, you can put it manually, but of course it can come also automatically, as Leonidas will present in a minute. So, okay, this is from my side.
Okay. First of all, I would like to mention that the idea behind the kit is to be fully autonomous, in order to be able to support all the required operations in cases where the infrastructure has been destroyed. For example, major earthquakes, etc. So in that case, the kit has been designed in order to provide all the power supply, the batteries, the communication capabilities, the computational capabilities, and to have attached all the devices, such as sensitive devices, smartphones, tablets, the PC for the commanders, and providing and be able to support, to provide all the required functionalities and operations to the local managers, to the first responders in order to execute their procedures. And of course, in case where communication with the headquarters is possible, either through 5G network or through satellite, all this information is automatically synchronized with the headquarters, with the control center of the headquarters, providing all the complete monitoring, let's say, of the situation and of the operation to the headquarters, and enabling the dispatchers on the command centers to execute and to assign to execute the response activities and to coordinate the whole operation. As you can see,
The whole system provides a complete suite of functionalities that are required in order to support operations. The core is the Suri MS, is a complete incident management system that providing to the dispatchers a general overview of the situation and enabling them to execute operations such as system management, resource management capabilities, and enabling the complete communication and collaboration among the responders and enable communication with responders of other agencies. The triage application is an application that is planned to be provided to the first responders on the field, giving the capability to responders to execute, to do the primary triage, to have a first overview, let's say, of the vital signs of the complete profile of the patients, being able to change the color, to assign the color, the triage color, and add some injuries, etc. The second is the triage tag that is planned to be attached on the victims, on the casualties, monitoring continuously the vital signs. The advanced medical site application is an application that is planned to be provided to the managers and to the head of the secondary triage, and activating protocols, secondary triage protocols that are required, and enabling the prioritization of the victims in order to assign, to prepare them for the transportation to the hospitals. Other application is the site management application and the vehicle resource management application. Through those functionalities, local commanders of the field are able to have first of all, to have a complete overview of the situation, to monitor the evolution, let's say, of the incident, to monitor to be informed about the ambulances that are planned to be arrived, that are available, and that are transporting the casualties to the hospitals. During the transportation, the casualties will continue the triage tag is planned to be continue to be attached on the victims, having a continuous monitoring, let's say, of their vital signs upon their arrival to the hospital, where the doctors of the hospital will be able to retrieve the complete casualty profile from the first time of the casualty scan. This is a more detailed overview of the application. This is a triage application where first responders of the field are able to provide details on the victims, set priorities, etc. The resource management, in order to manage the resources and the actors that are available on the field. On-site management, providing to the commanders capability of monitoring and assigning areas of interest, the evacuation area, etc. Advanced medical site, where advanced protocols could be executed, advanced triage protocols. Again, during the transportation, the continuous monitoring of casualty is enabled. The assignment of casualty to vehicles, to ambulances, or to other auxiliary vehicles, according to their color, to their triage color, and to their prioritization, and the assignment of the casualty to the hospital, designing the route to the hospital. And some other functionalities that are provided, first of all, is the hospital application. An application is planned to be provided to the hospitals, to the hospital commanders, enabling the everyday assignment of the hospital availabilities. So the hospital managers, the commanders are able every morning or during an emergency every 5 minutes, 10 minutes to to set information about the hospital availabilities, the number of beds, number of doctors at the clinics that are available, etc. And this information is automatically be available to the commanders and to the dispatchers that will use this information in order to decide the routing of the dispatching of the casualties. The reporting that after the completion of the incident management process, a complete history, let's say, a complete report of the whole operation, all the report of victims, the independent report per victim is planned to be exported in a readable format in order to be used by the commanders. And the last is the training and simulation mode of operation, where for training purposes, users, the trainers are able to use the specific information and simulate, let's say, the vital signs of the device, of the sensitive devices that will be attached on the casualty, on the virtual casualty. In that case, using this type of operation, the trainer will be able to trigger the first responder to do some actions according to the virtual signs that will be depicted on the display.
And we tried a little bit to visualize how basically this will work in a scenario, highlighting the key moments, let's say, of reacting to a mass casualty event. Okay, and so basically our solution. We have the accident, so you receive basically the call to 112. So this call is being distributed to other public safety agencies as police, and also to our system, which identifies the nearest kits available in the region to deploy them to tackle the mass casualty incident. So this is how an event is being registered. This is, let's say, the manual approach, not the automatic from 112. So you receive a call, you register what kind of disaster was the event, you write the description here. So then you put the telephone where the call came from, and also the name of the surname of the person. Then you put the location on the map based on the caller information, and you basically create the event. Then this event is being distributed. You acknowledge that you received the event, and you assign basically ambulances who will go to this event. This is the process, so you basically also record the times for the first responders to arrive at the scene. So then the first responders take the vehicle, probably not so relaxed because this is stock footage. And they start to the scene. They use the driver's app, which is basically they load the kit to their vehicle. It's designed to be not so heavy. You can place it in any car or other vehicle if you wish. And the driver's app is basically show how to reach the destination of the incident, and the driver knows exactly how to reach fast to the location. And yeah, this is the route. You have the first responders arriving to the scene. and you basically activate the kit, which enables everything at one with a press of the button. So you deploy the solution, and immediately you can start to, the commander can start to design the areas where the how organize the area of the response. This is how we assign the regions, for example, on the map, so everybody knows where the medical area will be, for example. And this can be also communicated to the rest of the team on the chat. And also we can provide also the first information about the event to the command center about if it's a mass casualty event, of course, what kind of threat it has, fire, and what are also the hazards in the area. Also, the users can provide also the accessibility to the area, so to guide the rest of the teams to the area in order to not confuse themselves and trapped somewhere. This is the number of the casualties estimated, at least. And also what are other stakeholders involved. So the first responders then can proceed with the triage. Again, maybe a second box can be deployed as a kit, and they can proceed with by putting this to the casualties. For example, this is the wrist option and the placement, and they can then see the vitals through the screen or assign the color, or use the triage app to also see the victim status. The triage app basically communicate with NFC, they identify the victims immediately. This is the alternative approach to stick on the chest. And this is the same operation to see from the screen. For example, the casualty, in case that there is some first responder that has they don't have the devices, or with the mobile phone, immediate check of the status of the casualty. And this is how it looks like inside the app. And so you see all the vitals, the location of the resources, where it's located, other parameters, secondary triage. So after the first triage, there's a second triage where the victims are being stabilized before they leave to the hospital, and these are the injuries and the treatments that were applied to the person during the mass casualty incident. And you can also add photos. Of course, there are other applications, as Leonidas said, that is basically this is how the commander of the site, the officer, is seeing the new casualties victims being added to the system. So he has or she has live update of the colors and their status and the location where the victims placed. This is after a while where we have completed the whole process of the evacuation. So you can see the vitals of each person and what was done to the person at that moment. Also the history of the vitals. You can see the trends, for example, if the person is getting better or worse. And this picture is shared to the every party needed to know, to hospitals, to doctors on the site for the secondary triage. And this is how the victims are being assigned to the vehicles that takes them to the hospital. The system is capable to identify how many victims can take a vehicle, how many persons can a vehicle have fit inside. So we can assign, for example, if it's a big car, we can put 3 victims inside to take them to the hospital. If it's a bus, more. If it's a small car, 1. And we assign the hospital. And of course, we register the times. And of course, the reporting that we mentioned for evaluating the mass casualty event and seeing how many resources, for example, were consumed, what was the patient status, how the whole thing was done. So I think we are pretty much on time. Have a nice lunch break.
I think to squeeze all this work in 30 minutes is really hard. So apologize for the delay. We will go out lunch. If you have questions again, use the time in lunch to also ask and better understand if you have if you are interested. Thank you once again, really, because we see now the outcome, but the work behind it, as you can imagine, was pretty huge. As said, I would then go to lunch because we are already a bit late on our agenda, and we then continue later with the other showcase of PREVENT PCP. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, let me spend a few words about what our solution provider did in the last 3 years. It was really a big challenge. Okay, I'm the project coordinator of PREVENT PCP, but I have a technical background. Only 10 years ago, to implement a video analysis, we needed very powerful machines. And in order to analyze some videos, even for a few seconds, we needed minutes. So what we did in this project, what the solution providers implemented this project is really amazing because they are elaborating real-time videos coming from tens, even hundreds of cameras at the same time. And the machines, the servers, are really powerful, at the same time noisy, as the pilots can confirm. The server room was very noisy, and we appreciate what they did. I appreciate what SNCF coordinating all the pilots, all the tests did during the project. So I will give the floor to, in alphabetical order, to Atos first, then Prevail.
Hello, everybody. First of all, thank you to be here today. It's very important for us just to show you what we did during maybe the last 2 years about this technology, which is very important for Atos. So I'm Anthony Vandrea. I'm the sales director for the activities of advanced computing. I will show you what it is. I'm with Thierry, who is our project director for the PREVENT project, and Philippe, who is the solution manager. Okay, it seems to be working. So, PREVENT, all of you have been introduced to PREVENT this morning, but in few words, PREVENT is a very important project dedicated to public safety. We try to develop specific algorithm with AI to detect unattended items for the transportation market. And we try to track people who left these kind of items. Maybe the cages, but sometimes it can be something else. And we try to also implement a crisis management logical on top of it to make it very easy to be handled by safety teams. So first of all, who are we? I think it's very important to show you who we are. We are Eviden. We are advanced computing inside Eviden. Eviden is part of the Atos group. We represent an activity which is above 1.5 billion euros in terms of turnover by year. we are divided into two main streams. The first stream is digital security. It regroups our cyber services and cyber product offers. I think one of our main achievements this year is securing the Paris Olympic Games. We're dealing with more than 3,000 people at us, so it's very important. It's a main project for us. And the second stream is advanced computing. We are building supercomputers. We are the first builder in Europe and the third in the world, and we are delivering this year the most potent machines in Europe dedicated to AI, which will be put in Germany at Schulich Center. So we are very comfortable with building machines that can play algorithms at some level. And the main difficulty here is to put this kind of powers in very small servers, to put intensive calculus, intensive performance at the edge, what we call far edge. We built it in France, in Angers, so we're proud of it. It's not so easy. And you can see that more than 2/3 of our turnover is made in Europe. So we try to be a European manufacturer dedicated to our business, and sovereignty is a big topic for us. In video analytics, we have a strong offer, which is Ipsotech. Ipsotech is the start of the PREVENT project for us because it's a product which is on shelves. We started with something that is a standard in our portfolio, and we try to develop specific things on top of it. So at the center of the slide, you see the iSuite, which is our product, our video analytics product. And on top of it, we developed something very specific to reach the project standards. First of all, of course, it has been defined with all the PTOs, and it must be ready to be delivered in different applications. Then the product is already in production in more than 100 airports, for example. So we're used with mega projects, meaning more than 10,000 cameras in production, for example. We're focusing on the use cases, which is abundant intent and tracking the owner of this intent, meaning at the state-of-the-art level, of course, not just detect something and track it. No, we try to put it at the highest standard. And we try to make it easy to be delivered, of course, Europe first, but maybe worldwide. So it has to be packaged and easy to be implemented. For the delivery, we can say that we rely on a partner. So I want to thank our partner, and the partner is Orange Business, a very important partner for us. So, in few words, PREVENT is here. Everything else is already inside the project. Sorry. This is the bundle for the public transportation, specific for the railway station. Everything you see on the slide, these use cases has been sold and are already delivered to customers across the globe. We just tried to add the use cases on the bundle. This is PREVENT. And to put this specific development, of course, in the roadmap of the product. So we start on-shelf this product, we make specific with R&D, and then we industrialize it.
So what did we implement in the project, and what are functionalities that we improved? But basically, we have 2 or 3 main topics that we address in the project, and where we upgrade the quality of the solution. First is the behavior, is how we detect an abandoned luggage. What is a luggage? What is an object? What is an item? Most of the time, it's a suitcase, bag, but sometimes for some customers, a surf windsurf is a luggage. An instrument package is a luggage. So we need to train the solution to be able to see and understand this type of luggage and to detect them. So we had the item detection. We had to improve the solution to be able to detect an item. But what is abandoning a luggage? When you are in a corridor, in a train station, when you follow people, when you have your luggage behind you like this, most of the time, the luggage is closer than to the people behind you than the people that is holding the luggage. So the association, most of the time, can be, this luggage is with a guy which is following the real owner. So at the end of the corridor, when the owner goes on the left and the guy goes on the right, then you have an abandoned luggage. So we had to deal with all these type of things, of suspect behavior. And that was one of the main challenges that we realized, and we saw that in real life. We improve the solution. We improve on the left side here is the quality of the detection. This is the main topics that we focus on. But we also, on the right side, improve the technical aspect of the solution to be able not only to deploy that on 10, 20 cameras. This is what we did first in phase 1 and phase 2, but also to be able to deploy that on hundreds of cameras. And when you are talking about artificial intelligence, most of the people think, well, if I deploy artificial intelligence, I need a lot of powers, I need big servers, and a lot of big servers. If we have 200 cameras to process, then most of the people think, wow, I will need almost a whole data center to address that. But in the case, because as mentioned by Anthony, we also are building servers. We are capable to design the servers, to optimize the software, and to optimize the software to run on our server. So we have a combination by providing an appliance, so the solution includes hardware and software working together. So what we had the challenge to address here is first the complexity of requirement, to work in a real environment, because most of the time we are using data set, we are using test data to train the solution, but these are simple, these are simulations, but when you are during the Rugby World Cup, and that you are in Gare du Nord, where you receive a train with supporters from England, then you have huge amount of people in the concourse of a station, and then you have to address and you have to detect what is abandoned luggage. 7 sites in 4 countries, and also the ambition. We are so tight that the project management and the way we prioritize the development and the improvement of the solution was key.
So now, with the results, we know where we are. We've built a solution on top of what we had. We know that it's working quite well for, let's say, underground with commuters. Underground because it's not too big. Commuters because they are really passing by. And it's really different with the travelers in big train stations because the space is bigger, so there are a lot of cameras, much more than in underground. And of course, the way people are behaving in the train station is quite different. They are staying there for longer than in the underground. Maybe there are some people that are homeless and staying in the part of the stations, so the behavior is completely different. So we know we are there in terms of underground small station, like tens up to 50, 60, 70 cameras. We know that we have still some work to do when we want to reach hundreds of cameras. But it's promising. It's promising because we know that AI is improving every day. We know that also hardware is improving every day. So we have a road ahead of us to improve. Of course, we also have to improve our algorithm, but globally, with algorithm, the power of AI, and the new generation of hardware, then we know that we will reach the end of the journey. And so the good thing is that it will be helpful for people behind the screens on video security, that they can have a solution that is affordable. And you can see the rectangle, that's the size of the hardware we need. And that's basically a desktop, no more than that. So you can put it virtually everywhere.
What are the lessons learned from this project? What did we understand and what we so the first thing is that artificial intelligence and complex detections such as abandoned luggage request a lot of focus on the topic, and hopefully we as evident, we have a foundation, the functional foundation, so the framework and the hardware to build on the solution, and we improve something that we already have. We were not able to reach the level of quality that we have if we had to start from scratch, because it's too complex, and the solution really needed to have something as a solid foundation. The second point, and Thierry already disclosed the point here, is that a trained traveler is not someone who is using the metro. The complexity and the way people interact and work, travel is not the same. In one case, when you are in a train, most of the time you have a family, you have multiple luggage, people are waiting few minutes, even few hours in the station. When you are in a metro, it's completely different. People are not staying, waiting 3 hours for their metro. People are just switching and moving from one platform to the other, or like this. So the behavior is completely different, but what we had as requirement is we have one use case, which is abandoned luggage, one solution, which is the same software, but two different type of detection. And here we have more difference between a train, abandoned luggage detection in a train and the metro, rather than a train and an airport. The behavior in an airport, for example, is more like a train. The other topic is, what do we want to detect? When we first implement the solutions, we said, well, we will try to detect everything. And we were very successful. 3,000 detections in a day. So that was a little bit too much for the operator in the video center to analyze these 3,000 detections a day. And then we had to fine-tune and to reduce as much as possible. But we also need to detect a minimum. And if we fine-tune too much, and if you reduce too much the parameters for detection, then we will not have achieved the target, which is detecting things that are necessary to detect. So basically, on working on these two parameters, we have to reduce and incrementally reduce and fine-tune on the side of the metro and on the side of the train the parameters, and to refine to be able to achieve a reasonable number of alerts.
have to notice just one word on this slide. It's flexibility, because it was a real challenge to make all the tests. We have a slide afterward. We'll show you the difference between our training data sets and the real life. But I want to take this opportunity to thank the PTO we've been working, because they had to be also flexible, because we told them, well, we need more days to make some tests, then we have we can make an update on the software, but we need access to the server. And so we really had to work together, one team, so that we could move onwards. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to accomplish what we have done. And then, because we've been able to make all these tests, I think it was easier for the PTO that where we installed the application later on, because we already had several sites on which we could test the deployment. So this is a sample, very easy, simple, but on the left-hand side, this is what we had as a data set. If with the generative AI, of course, we can create anything we want, lots of images, but still, it's not real world. And the real world, that's what you see on the right. And believe me, it's not exactly the same. And it's because we had access to these images on site that we could improve our algorithm, and that we have been able to improve the quality of the alerts. And finally, for we are one company, but we have people with different experience. We have some data scientists working. We have some cybers. We have some hardware people, and they all had to work together with the PTOs. And I think I know some of them are connected right now on Teams, and they were all very interested by this project, and the project was really rewarding for them, because they could see that all their work improved the quality of our product, and that facing the real world was really something very interesting for them. And I think they are really ready to continue this work and go on the next phase. Okay. So what's next? It's the main point. So at short terms, first of all, we want to continue. It's the main point. I mean, the Atos group at the top management level wants to continue this project, because it allows us to improve our portfolio. We think that targeting this specific public transportation sector is very important for us. So we want to continue. And as the project is finished right now, I think we have to engage discussions with each PTOs to discuss what can be done now. It's the first point. On the software side, of course, as described in the contract, the bundle, the PREVENT bundle, can be used like that by the PTOs. So it's important to remind that. But on the hardware side, we have to transfer the ownership if the PTOs want to keep the hardware as it is mentioned in the contract and free of charge, as proposed by Atos. So that's the next step for us. And then we have decided to build something which is a central governance team for PREVENT bundle, which allow us to deploy this kind of solution at a global scale, because we are, of course, implemented in Europe, but also in the Middle East, but also in America. And we think that the market is global in this kind of solution. So we want to go further, but really further. But first of all, we want to target the private pilots, the PTOs, and to discuss, to ramp up some use cases, as the AI suite allow us to add a lot of use cases on top of the PREVENT bundle, so we can go way further. And then we want to discuss with the consortium member to reach another geography. So that's the second point. And then, of course, the market is global, so we can discuss with other people than the people in the project. So for us, it's a real game changer to have these kind of use cases in the roadmap. And as we have more than 100 airports as customers, we think we can scale up these kind of use cases very fastly. So I want to say that the phase 4 is this, as discussed this morning, of course. So it depends of what can be done, maybe a VPI, maybe something else, but we want to discuss it right now, of course. So what's our vision? First of all, we got a strong and clear go-to-market with this kind of technology, as the PREVENT PCP bundle is already integrated in the IPSOTEC project. Then we have a lot of work to do on the technology. So maybe you can want to ask a few words about the technology.
As I mentioned, the PREVENT PCP use case and the assets that we have developed in PREVENT will be included in the product and will be promoted and sold to all our customers in the railways and transportation business. But we are improving the solution, and one of the topics is first to interface with BI to be able to understand and clearly understand what are happening and what are the information that we can collect from the video systems. The second one is the introduction of Gen AI in the solution, and as we saw with PREVENT, that customers want to detect almost any type of object. And as we spend a lot of time in developing new object detection, we are currently developing artificial Gen AI solution where we can type, well, I would like to detect type of object with this type of colors, and then the system will automatically learn and will automatically build the detector to generate the alert on that type of object. So that will make more flexible the configuration of each type of customer who wants to detect any type of object. So this will request some power, because we are just telling to the customer, hey guys, you will be able to configure and to detect any type of object at any time in any condition. So that's a big ambition, but we have already developed and we have already proved that this can work. We will improve the configuration, we will improve the user interface, and we will also improve the technical aspect to be able to scale up when possible. So all these are the technical aspects that will help us to deploy and to ensure customers and PREVENT members that we will be able to accompany them on the long term and from the perennity of the solution.
And of course, we have to talk about compliance with GDPR and Act, and so Data Act, which are our main subject to be covered this year, next year, and maybe for the next decades, of course. So we are already working on that because we need to be compliant with that to address the public sector, and it's also a lot of work that is done. So just to conclude, I want just to thank, of course, all the people involved with this project, more specifically the PTOs that helped us to reach this level of technology. Of course, it's not enough. Of course, we want to go further, so we have to invest more time, more people, more experts, and also more money on this kind of technology, and that's what we want to do right now. So feel free to reach Philippe, Thierry, and I if you want to discuss any topic about PREVENT, about our technology, about Atos, about our high-performance computing and AI. That's the moment to do it. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now the floor is Prevail.
Hi again. This is the second project the second PCP that we run in parallel. Same topic, not same topic, but very different topic. So here is together with me is Marius Moudzouris, who was the technical leader of the project. The consortium consisted of 3 partners. Satways, us that we were developing the crisis management aspect of the project. iMotion, which was doing the video analytics, and they have great experience in the domain of providing their solution to PTOs, and Pre-Comtech, who was developing the model AI algorithms that we incorporated in this project. So the challenge was that we tried to detect suspicious behavior, which it's a big topic in the PTO domains, because it's asymmetric threat. You don't know when it will appear. It should fit into a layered security environment, because in PTOs you have multiple layers of security. And finally, it should work also in a platform of unprotected defense measurements in the PTOs, and also it's in an interrelated network of places where a threat can pass. So basically, taking this into consideration, what we have to create a vision of that. So we wanted to combine our converged security information management system, so a solution that is a platform for crisis management and interoperability integration and vertical horizontal scalability, and video analytics for detection, identification, tracking of risky threats for the domain, and also for enriching the operational picture. This basically extends in many dimensions. First is interoperability, that you need to be able to connect with other agencies, PTOs, external communication. Also, you need to be able to integrate other devices, for example, like mobile phones for the security officers in the PTOs, to manage resources, to manage systems such as video cameras, alerts, etc. But you also need to be able to extend to new use cases, for example, not only detecting maybe an abandoned item, but also maybe some kind of complex behavior that can lead to a crisis, where, for example, narcotic trafficking, for example. You need to be able to add new features to your solution in order to prevent new threats, and you need to be able to measure new elements. Finally, you need to have some analysis capability that in order to basically identify interrelations between behaviors, for example, who in order to extract knowledge, and to be able to refine your data, and also to be able to create metadata on what you found. So this is where the PREVENT project came.
So what is the PREVENT solution? It consists of a number of components. On the left, we have the streams coming in from the cameras and the video management systems. These go into a media management system provided by Satways. This information is processed, and the images are provided to the platform from iMotion, which is a scalable video analytics solution for rapid processing of multiple video streams. And on top of this platform is the novel video processing algorithms from Pre-Comtech. And lastly, the results of this processing, this detection, is provided to the engaged converged security information management system, which is an end-to-end CSIM platform covering its integration, operational resource management, and crucial information data integration. So what is our solution's key features? It supports multiple monitors. It is web-based. User interface supports the most common web browsers. It's a complete solution ready for real production environments. It's resilient and scalable, and it's From what we know, it's easy to operate by end users. Including in the solution is the person and item detection tracking algorithms trained specifically with the data provided. So let's go a bit further down. So this is an idea how this user interface appears with 3 screens on a web browser. There is a number of functionalities such as administration, support for various video management systems such as Genetec, Malso, and Vigilon. We support the suspicious situations and the whole complete life cycle. So the minute the alert is raised until the resolution, and various evidence provided to the operator to understand what is going on with this alert. We support owner and person searches, non-biometric, biometric, mixed, and avatar. So these are searches that were given to us as a requirement by the PTOs. We support dashboards and reports, live video streams with various tools. So we have various tools for the operator, such as marking which areas to detect, screenshots, downloading, detections, and providing actually a live search from the video stream. We support the users' roles in organization hierarchy. We have various data storage mechanisms according to the national policy, so we can't keep the data forever. We need to delete it after a certain time period. And most important is we can easily expand it to include further modules such as incident and resource management. So once the alert is raised, the information can be given off to an incident response team to actually manage. So let's go into how we started. First, we had to train the AI models. So we were given a data set from the PREVENT PCP. We combined real and synthetic data to increase the persons and items' visual variability. So see here on the right some images that we took from the various PTO searches, and at the bottom are a synthetic environment that we created. We detect a number of classes of objects for a person, body, and face. For items, a number of items that were as a requirement by the PCP, so backpack, handbag, suitcase, delivery bag, etc. And as I mentioned before, we captured a lot of PTO furniture images integrated to reduce false positives. So we actually went into the station ourselves and we took pictures of various items, because as time progressed, we saw that these items were triggering false alerts. Further on into the training of the AI models, we also need to keep in mind now, we need to train the models to follow ethical considerations, because there are various AI regulation requirements now. Latest data curation techniques applied for optimizing detection rate and level of fairness metrics with respect to people and appearance diversity. Various data augmentation techniques that were specifically designed to increase the security against adversarial attacks. Models adaptable to specific characteristics of each PTO. So we increased the accuracy with more training data from the station. And the AI model is adaptable to the complexities and optimize the system scalability to handle a high number of cameras. Moving on to the detection and inference, so actually detecting the person and the items. Advanced AI algorithms were developed capable of analyzing and detecting anomalous behaviors in real time. A high-performance inference engine and AI video analytics algorithms. It's scalable, ready to support as many cameras as needed with the addition of new hardware. And it's very flexible, so highly configurable and customizable per camera. Moving on to the suspicious situations. So the solution for this module enables continuous monitoring and predictive analysis, providing valuable insights to implement preventive measures. So we get detections as inputs. This system, the alerts analysis, detects diverse suspicious situations, so it understands the item, who does it belong to, and what is the behavior of this person. Do they just leave the bag? Do they stay next to it? Do they run away when they leave it? So we also handle owners with multiple items and items with multiple owners, because we found in our experiments there's usually a lot of number of people, groups of people with a large number of bags. So it's trying to understand who this bag is owned by, and also suspicious behaviors. So we estimate the people gate speed estimation to detect the owner running away. And for this to actually work, we need to calibrate the cameras. So various tools were provided to optimize the suspicious situation detection and estimating the distance between people and the item. Moving on to searching for an owner. So we developed person tracking algorithms for the PREVENT PCP. It's scalable for high person density scenarios and high number of cameras. The AI models adjust to type of perspective and person appearance seen from the PTO cameras. So there's a number of search modalities. So we see on the bottom right a typical user interface. So for the non-biometric, that means just the whole person. Recognition model designed to track persons according to their cloth types and colors. Biometric search, so it's just your face. Specifically designed for optimal search and low resolution and multiple facial images. Keeping in mind that biometric search was restricted according to regulations, so we don't store any data. Mixed search is a combination of biometric and non-biometric, and in addition, this is also restricted. And the last, we have the avatar-based search. So this is basically we have a little picture of a person, and we configure what kind of clothes they're wearing, the accessories, and what colors their clothes. Let's go further down to the more components of the system. So we have the media management system. So it's a scalable system to handle multiple video streams. It's cluster enabled, so you can deploy as many nodes as you want. You can either have direct connection to cameras or video coders. Support for existing VMSs. Simulations, very important, because when we were not at the PTO site, we had to somehow write our own simulations and also use the PTO training data to actually run the system using this video files to understand how well it's doing and how to improve, and to generate the various evidence required by the operator. So moving into the main crisis management system, which is the CSIM, it has a number of modules. We'll go through each of them in the next slides. Firstly, in terms of user interface, as I mentioned earlier, it's multiple monitors, custom layout of windows, so it's very customizable. The operator can actually take the windows and add other windows, whatever they like. Various themes, so we can support various themes depending on the environment of where the video center is. Filtering data, so all the data provided in the various tables can be filtered. Obviously, the solution has to have authentication, so it requires a username and password as a lockout mechanism. So if somebody logs in, they're having correct password, it will lock the user out. And obviously the inactivity. So if the video operator moves away from his seat, the system will log them out. The notifications are visual and auditory, so the operator can be notified if something is of interest. And we support various languages as specified by the PCP: English, Spanish, Catalan, French, Portuguese, Italian, and Greek. And the languages are actually changed on the fly, so you can actually change the user interface accordingly. Moving into the user role management. So the platform is used according to organizational hierarchy. So users are assigned to a station or PTO. Users assigned also to roles. Each role has access rights and layout customization. So from here, we actually fine-tune what each role has access to. So if, for example, an important part was here to ensure that we have very specified access per role. For example, locking biometric search. Video management, so here we can see the various video streams coming in from the cameras and the video management systems. We view the cameras that are put to their stations, matrix layout, various typical video controls, hiding and viewing the information layers, detection and alert areas, the various classifications, the associations of the person with the item, and obviously the last thing is providing an owner search directly from the live video camera. Now moving on to the main module of the crisis management system from Engage SIM. It provides a notification if there's an alert. All information that is relative to the alert is provided on the screen on the left, as you can see, where the alert was raised, which camera raised the alert, what kind of alert it is, and which station it was. This is a complete life cycle of alert management. Sometimes this is it's cumbersome, okay? But in terms of when you're running a video center with a number of operators, you need a controlled flow of the alert. So when the alert is raised, it needs to be acknowledged by somebody. Because we have maybe 5-6 people in the video center. Once they view this alert, they say, okay, it's a true positive or is it a false? And then it continues going down the cycle until the alert is resolved. We provide evidence of the alert, so photographs and video before and after the alert is raised. We can see what's happening now with the camera, so the user can directly go and see maybe this alert has been completed or it's still ongoing. We can share the alert, so we provide a facility to actually share it to another video center or to export the alert. Administration module, so each system has their own administration. So here you can administer the cameras, the video servers, storage durations, system and detection parameters, maps, and obviously tracking the various technical and functional activities. Going on to maps, so we support schematics, 2D and 3D maps. We link the devices to the map so you can put the camera on the map, move it, position it correctly. And obviously, from the map, you can actually view the live video stream coming from the cameras. Searching, so here we can search for the owner with the various modalities available. We provide evidence and of the search, so a photograph or a video. We can track the person across cameras. And we have the capability to provide live tracking or historical in the past, according to the storage duration of the system. Reports and dashboards. So here we can see the various reports requested by the PCP, various dashboards and types of graphs. It's exportable, live or historical, so what it means is the dashboards actually update continuously. Data presentation is customizable, so each data set doesn't have to be presented by a certain graph, for example, a pie chart or a bar chart. It can be presented with multiple ways. It's exportable and we actually can combine with reports. Sharing. So we support two kinds of sharing. First is the interest sharing. So if you had a video center for each station on the PTO, so the operator can actually share this alert to another station, and they can the other station can actually manage the alert. And on the right side, if we have a different organization, they can export the alert and provide it to another operator, such as, for example, a bus company. In the next slide, we have a small demonstration how the solution works. This is a video actually taken outside our Spanish colleagues' emotions. Association. So a small video of how the solution works. Moving on to the deployments. So we had a number of PTOs, 6 PTOs. We started off in France with the SNCF, in Paris with 170 cameras. So we provided workstations and 4 servers. In Marseille, 88 cameras, we provided workstations and 3 servers. Moving on to the other side of RATP, which is also in France, 87 cameras, workstations and 3 servers. On the left, we have Metro Lisboa with 35 cameras, workstations and 3 servers. We have, moving into Spain, we have FGC with 31 cameras, workstation, 3 servers. So we connected the solution to these cameras and we provided the hardware. From TMB in Barcelona, 17 cameras. And lastly, AMT Genoa with 25 cameras, workstations and 3 servers. In each of these deployments, we had to do a number of steps. So firstly, obviously getting the equipment to the PTO, unpacking and mounting it, networking check, connecting to the video systems, calibrating the cameras, in-station tests of items, checking the results, tweaking the solution, daily check of the regular passenger traffic, training the operators, preparing an updates and follow-up site visit, and deploying on site, and then doing this over again. So moving on to our lessons learned. Firstly, installation. We found it very important to have available information about the number of cameras and the various networking requirements. We didn't have enough time to possibly tweak the hardware for optimal performance of the solution. So this definitely would be nice to have some more time. Moving on to calibration. Training data was available. It was obviously in the night when there was no other passengers. Ideally, we would like to have had training data during the day, but we understand because of privacy concerns, this was not possible. Testing the solution. We found very early that we need to provide a pre-testing environment for ourselves, for our consortium, to be able to test the solution since we couldn't go to the PTO. Testing takes a lot of time, okay? Moving on to the solution optimization, we couldn't connect to the system remotely. We understand why, but it definitely, we had to take into account to ensure that once we leave the PTO, we leave the solution that is stable and they can use it after we leave until we visit again. Fine-tuning time is needed to obtain better results. And this follows on the different characteristics of each PTO environment. Each PTO had a different environment, okay? But at the same time, every day that we used to go there, a different kind of alert was raised. So we really had to be there every day for a long time period to actually optimize the solution. Regarding updates, so we found that we need to do a streamlined update mechanism, and obviously we find possibly in the future to be able to train the operators to actually update the solution by themselves. Regarding our team management, since we are a consortium of 3 partners, we've used a number of tools such as instant messaging. Because we're a Greek company and we have 2 Spanish partners, our cultural work ethic was the same, so we worked very hard and we understood each other. We found that information silos are not good, so everybody needs to know everything. The information needs to be available so we can actually work quicker. In terms of the PCP experience, this obviously will be discussed later. We found also in terms of valuation criteria, it would be nice to understand, to have valuation criteria across the board to understand how we're doing in comparison with the other contractors. It was very nice to have cooperation with the individual PTOs, but we feel that we needed more, okay? And in terms of the commercialization, possibly a clearer commercial uptake path. And moving on to our future activities. In terms of technology, we want to obviously close coupling of our subsystems, have a better accuracy in performance, incorporating more use cases from the transport environment, as our partner iMotion Analytics has a number of use cases that you would like to incorporate into the product. Security, improving the security of the solution. Integration, we would like to integrate with other sources of video streams. In terms of commercialization, obviously exploit the results to the transport sector. And in summary, we want to improve our holistic readiness level of the solution, so not just technology or integration, but also societal and ethics and legal readiness levels. So this is the end of the presentation. I'd like to thank our Spanish partners and the PTOs that were involved and worked very closely. Thank you.
Let me spend just a few words at the end of this presentation. Okay, if you have any curiosities, please take advantage of the dinner cocktail at the end of today's meeting. So if you have something to ask to the two different solution providers in PREVENT PCP and also the other iProcureSecurity. That's all on my side at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there are any questions to the contractors from the audience. Okay, so we concluded here with this last presentation, our contractors showcase. Now we're gonna go more in deep with the procurer perspective. We're gonna host a panel now with the procurer side from both projects, PREVENT and iProcureSecurity PCP. And we're going to try through the panel to give some light on what are the challenges and the opportunities, but also the limitations that procurers faced during the pre-commercial during the PCP process. So I invite on the stage Ioannis, who will be the moderator of this panel. And we're going to also put the proper setup to for the speakers. In the meanwhile, our moderator, Ioannis Papadopoulos, is external consultant at the Hellenic National Center for Emergency Care, also partnered in the iProcureSecurity PCP project, and today moderator in the panel.
Hello, everyone. For everyone who doesn't know me, I'm Ioannis Papadopoulos. I work with ECAV on the iProcureSecurity PCP project. And as Ryan said before, today I will be monitoring the buyers panel discussion from representatives from many organizations who were part of the consortia for both projects, both iProcureSecurity PCP and the PREVENT PCP. And let's invite everyone on stage and say a few words. So first, Dr. Anastasia Zegura is also from ECAV at the iProcureSecurity PCP project. If you want to take a seat.
Hello to everybody. I'm a medical doctor. I have a long experience in the pre-hospital medicine, but also in disaster medicine. And it was a great pleasure and of great interest for me to participate in this PCP, this specific topic. I will talk about later about the results and the lessons learned from the participation to this PCP.
Thank you. Then Dr. Zeynep Soufroulou from AASD, also from iProcureSecurity PCP.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm a medical doctor. I work in ambulance for many years, and I was the training coordinator of Aegean region in Turkey. And now I am from Emergency Ambulance Physicians Association, and I am very proud to be here because I have been involved to the iProcureSecurity CSA project, which we had the idea, we created the idea of iProcureSecurity PCP.
Thank you. And Mr. Piero Bambilla from AREU.
Good afternoon. Yes, Piero Bambilla worked for AREU as a CIO and CTO manager for many years. Now still collaborating with AREU and essentially taking part in this project. And well, I'm ready.
Thank you. And okay, that's from the PREVENT consortium, Mr. Armand Rodin
From SNCF? Yes, from SNCF. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So I'm Roland from the Security Directorate of SNCF. SNCF is actually the French National Railway Company. So, of course, we're involved as a public buyers in PREVENT PCP. We face the topic you just see about stranded items almost every day in our station. So we really need some improvement on that. So we're happy to have a project like a PCP to help us in that. And SNCF, we act as public buyers, but we're also the technical leader of the project, so I'm happy to be able to share with you the feedbacks from the technical aspect of the project.
Thank you. Mr. Julien Pepinster from ATP.
Hello, I'm Julian Pepinster from RATP, so the public transport operator in Paris. Coming with my work colleagues, Edgar, Fabrice, and Vincent. We've all been working on this project for most of the summer, which also included the project, an IA project for the Olympics.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Paulo Moraes from Metro Lisboa.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. I work in Metro Lisboa, subway operator from Lisbon. I'm in Metro Lisboa since 1991, and I work in this project in the technical perspective, and we host one of the pilots of PREVENT PCP.
Thank you very much. So let's start off things with letting us know a little bit about your experience as being part of a pre-commercial procurement project and your main takeaways from it. So in whichever order, we can start this way and go through the end. Let's start from the PREVENT user.
We host one of the pilots, so what was interesting was it was the sharing, the interoperability with different PTOs to see how we work, how were the different systems that we need to connect to the project, and the challenge that we have with all of this. The PREVENT PCP begins to emerging threat solving. So with this project, we can work with real problems that PTOs have, and we have the ability to achieve or to try to achieve to solve some of these problems with the technologies that are emerging in the market, and of course with the help of the contractors. That's the main goal of this PREVENT PCP.
Thank you. I will not repeat what Paulo says because I think we all PTO companies, we totally agree on that topic. Public security in public transportation being local or mainline, as Armand will talk about, is of major importance, and having unattended items is probably the biggest drawback we have on every day. So the experience with other PTO was very interesting, and the PCP concept, which is relatively new, allows us to go further away into experiments we had already started many years ago, and we were able, with the maturity of the technologies, even though there is still more maturity to come, obviously, we were able to take staff members to participate in the experimentation of the user interface. at a rather late level. And I mean, in terms of takeaways, we could say that could improve later PCPs is trying maybe to simplify as far as it's possible, because we're dealing about public money, obviously, but simplifies the administration and trying to get to the hard work earlier than we managed to do and if we had managed to do that, or if we managed to do that in other PCPs or at a later stage of this project or any other, we could take our operational staff into the project at an earlier stage and have more interesting returns from them in terms to improve the products. It's that, yes, that's really my point. Adding it to Paolo is making everything possible to include our field workers or our control center staff into the use of the experimental product. Armand?
Yeah. Thank you, Julian. Maybe I can try to complete on the technical aspect of the project. I would say that a PCP is a very challenging project for several reasons, obviously. The first one is that we're talking about the development of innovation, especially for PREVENT PCP. The topic was artificial intelligence. And right now, top PCP, it's something like the duration is 2 or 3 years. But right now, if I have to imagine what will be the AI in 3 years, I just can't tell you what will be AI in 3 years. It's just, there are too many revolutions on this topic. So it's very difficult to, at the very beginning, to write down some specification of the tools, some expectations, because you don't know where you will be in 3 years, actually. So that's the first big challenge. The second one, and it's linked to what you said, it's we make the first phase, which is the design of the solution. We try to involve our operators and the final end users. That's something we all do when we have some technical topics to manage and some IT projects. But in this case, we are talking about full development of solution with research and development activities, which means that we have the first phase. We can involve the end users, the operators, for the case of PREVENT PCP, but then we have something like 1 year of development. So we can lose them in this process. And that's also something we want to explain, that even during the second phase of the project, which is the prototypes development, I think it's important to continuously change the specification, involve the video operators, not only let the technological providers to make some development in the laboratory, but also to come to see them as often as possible and to try to challenge each feature that is developed, to change the features. Well, just to use the concept of agility in project, which is very important. And I think it's something that should be included in the PCP, not only to have 3 specific phases, but try to merge all the phases and try to maybe to go also faster and to be able to evolve on the technology expected. Because as I said, when you write down your proposal to the European Commission for the PCP, you will have the result something like 5 years later, which is in innovation a very, very long time. So maybe that the main topic I can address. I can also talk a bit about the legal framework. It's actually the same. The duration of the project is very long. We develop some artificial intelligence tool, and in the middle we see appearing the final version of the AI Act, which change very, very often. So it's something we try to take into account, but at the end we have a development of solutions, and now we have to be sure that there is compliance with all the ethical aspects of the AI Act. For sure, we try to do our best, but it changed all the day, and especially we're talking about security. So it's generally in the high risk, a level of high risk for the technology, the AI Act. So we are very concerned about it. Thank you.
On my side, which is different answers on triage for MCI is quite different. Well, I think that being in this field, which is MCI, seems to many that it can be a universal solution for this kind of situation. But when it is true for the small function, it's not true for the whole system, because when you try to put this in the field, you have to take in account the dimension of the organization, the type of the organization, the authoring existing in that situation. And this is quite different from side to side, from country to country, and this lead to have something which is not a full system, but let's say a module that can be used, a module really devoted to this situation that can be integrated with the other system existing. One very, very good experience for us was to work interactively and in a phased approach with all the suppliers. This is good, not only because you exclude what is not good at any step, but it's important to be able to measure the solution on the way. And it takes time, obviously, but we are in innovation, and innovation sometimes takes time. It takes time, and we have to use this time to enrich the solution. Something that has been already said is that can be a mutual enrichment between the solutions that are proposed. Difficult because of patenting and things like that, but we have to try to find a way to solve it, because I think this is something that is very, very, very important. I think that this kind of approach, this kind of project is one of the few possibilities. We had at the moment only one possibility to see in a short time a so large amount of innovative solution for a specific topic by a procurer, by a customer.
Thank you. My takeaways from emergency medical service perspective, in contrast to other types of European projects, like RIA, Innovation Action, the results are solution-oriented and high-level TRM, and PCP will provide the opportunity to jointly develop a realistic solution, in our case, to the mass casualty incidents that are encountered daily. It provides a common working environment for buyers and suppliers with continuous collaboration and feedback. It brings together buyers and technology companies, which enables to create the innovative solutions in a shorter time. And as my colleague said, in our PCP, we saw that there are different approaches to mass casualty incident triage management in different countries, even in the same country, different regions. But PCP, our IPS PCP, helped to make them only one solution, which is very, very valuable. And as an academician working at university and emergency ambulance physician NGO, I believe that this PCP and PREVENT PCP will provide some scientific publications to inspire other PCPs, because we had very big experience and we have already written an article determining the emergency medical services innovation needs through coordination and support action. I hope we will publish more.
And for us as users of this type of solutions, first of all, we participated for the first time in a PCP. It was a very exciting experience, demanding also. We had something totally different in mind, and when we started putting down the specific questions and requirements for what we wanted to have in order to simplify the management of a mass casualty incident, then we realized that some of these weren't quite realistic, weren't possible to be done. For example, okay, yes, I can see there is a narrow airway or a disability, but a device cannot measure airway existence or disability. So then we had to adapt, and in this process of adaptation, a main takeaway is that if we have the possibility to interact with the providers of the solution from the very beginning, then I think this is an added value to the whole process. On the other hand, our scope was to diminish the time from the incident and the time that we arrive on the scene, and we start to manage the victims, casualties, whatever. So these devices, in our mind, could be used also by other first responders. So when we arrive there, or even before we arrive there, we can have an image of what's going on the whole scene and probably better manage the whole incident. And as a main takeaway is the experience that we had, the enthusiasm that it brought to all of us working on such a project, having an innovation at hand for the future, and again, collaborating with colleagues from other countries, the same systems, but with differences in the system, which are very important also.
Thank you everyone very much. And let's move to the second question, second topic. And let's talk about a little bit about the solutions, and if you think that there they provide added value for your organizations, and not only your organizations, every EMS or PT organization in Europe. Let's start with Anastasia.
Of course, and that's why we decided to at least put down the specification for the solutions. Yes, I think they will provide added value to managing not only mass casualty incidents, but what I had in mind and discussing the results was that these solutions should and must be used also in everyday operations, because if they are not, then they won't be used in a difficult situation as a mass casualty incident. So there are things that need to be improved, as interoperability with existing systems that each organization has, like training of the population and the familiarization of the workers with the solutions. Because if it's something that when you are going to use it, you don't remember how it works or what it does, and especially in a mass casualty incident, which is a very stressful situation, then you will say, no, it's not good for me. I will go back to what I know well and what I can do well, and I will leave it aside. So yes, there is added value, but it needs to be used and integrated in everyday situation.
I totally agree with Anastasia. We must use it everyday life in order to be ready and not to use it a long time. I mean, very rapidly to use. We must use daily, and our solution allows you to see the big picture and use the resources more efficiently when there is a time pressure. Casualties can be assessed and triaged more objectively with continuous monitoring and of the vital signs in a chaotic environment with many distractors around. It can be dark, it can be rainy, and other things. And this process continues until the casualty is handed over to the hospital. I think under triage and over triage rates will also decrease because of continuous monitoring of vital signs. And command centers will monitor the incident better, and what is also necessary, post-incident reports will also be used for training purposes and quality improvement studies, and that will improve EMS overall and support disaster resilience societies. And the increase in disasters like last week, flood in Poland, Austria, and many countries, and emergencies due to climate change increases the need of EMS to improve their ability to work internationally and with other stakeholders. And the products have developed these characteristics. Thank you.
Obviously, both the solutions are very interesting, and I think they actually added some value to what we are doing, because essentially they are trying to automate what was done manually, is done manually. But it's not only that. I think that during the process of the development, more hints that what we have in mind at the beginning as a requirement, they arrived on the table, and this is very important. I think that to be used in real life, I say something that already said, that this is at least for some part, for example, for the smart tag, is not to be used only in mass casualties, but has to be used in the daily activity. If you think to the organization of Areo is responsible for all Lombardia region in Italy, which means 11 million of people, more or less, with more or less 500 ambulances around the territory. Because you don't know where an MCI will arrive, you have to equip all these places with the equipment, and you can imagine the cost of this. If you pay that for this only for the possible situation when maybe 1 in 10 years you will have MSCI in Sondrio, well, I think it's a waste of money. So we have to rethink the way we act and try to use at least the equipment, I mean the smart tag, for example, for a daily usage. On top of that, if you look at the situation on MCI, you need a scalability inside a single MCI. So you can use the smart tag, which is a wonderful equipment, but you can be able to use the complete MCI system also to manage a situation when you use, let's say, simple or stupid wristband that is only barcode or what you like, more dimension by dimension, whatever. The scalability is very important. In addition of that, for sure, the integration with the command and control center system is more than crucial, because every MCI, at least every MCI management, starts in the command and control center. This is not something which is alone. Every MCI starts as a normal emergency case. Then maybe in a few minutes, maybe in a few seconds, it becomes an MCI, but not so. Everything is starting from that. In that sense, maybe the two solutions, which are wonderful both and have inside a lot of things, maybe to be intended in this way are a little bit too large. They are not thinkable in the whole as a specific module for this kind of things. But I think that this can be corrected.
Thank you. Maybe when it comes to PREVENT PCP, it's a bit different because we're talking about security and once again about artificial intelligence. And of course, first to answer the question, yes, there is some added value for PTOs in Europe with these kind of solutions. First of all, I think the first added value, before talking about the deployment of the solution and the real usage that we can imagine in the future, The first thing is that it put us in a good position to have all in our hands to demonstrate that this kind of tools is the future for the command and control center in security. We need this kind of tool inside the security process. And it helps us to have some, because the first constraint we have, there is several constraints and several barriers that we have to break to be sure that we can deploy the solutions. The first one is, of course, the legal framework. Especially, I can speak about the French one. It's very constrained. Even during the project, we had some complaints from some association directly to the data protection authorities of France, and it comes directly to SNCF, so we had some control and everything on that. So it's very complicated because we're talking about make some analysis of personal data. So of course, it's something where we need some specific legal framework. But this kind of project helps us to demonstrate that it's possible to build a legal framework. It's possible also to demonstrate that we're not entering in a new area of mass surveillance, something like that. In fact, what we are doing is pretty simple. It's not that much intrusive because we are just trying to find if there is an unwanted item. Of course, we try to find the owner, but we can do it without using any biometric data, meaning we can just use, as we demonstrate, we can just use the outfits of the people, which means that I won't identify a unique person. I will propose to the video operator several profiles, and then the human, because it's some human-centric operation, the human will make the difference and will finish the work. So we have all in our hands to demonstrate, to show, because we have the experience, we use the tools, we can show to the authority that, yes, it's possible to make a legal framework without to be that much intrusive and without entering in a mass surveillance area in Europe. So that's the first thing. The second thing is about the constraint which remains, which is the technical constraints. So far, even in the results, and especially once again, I can speak for SNCF because, as you said, Julian, and as it has been said by the technological providers, the results are not the same depending on the environment. I mean, when we talk about unattended items in train stations, we have many people with luggage. Actually, we have only people with luggage and people who are waiting in the station. So they are staying there, they have their luggage, they have time to go to take coffee and everything, and boom, we have some unattended items, and we have many. And we have many situations when you have a family in the stations, and maybe, I don't know, part of the family is going to take coffee, leaving the items to another, and then you have to change the owner of the items. It's very complicated, much more complicated than in the subway, actually, where people are traveling faster. So there are less chance to let unattended items, and most part of the people in the metro, they don't have luggages. So I think the technological results have to be analyzed depending on the environment. For SNCF, we are unlucky because I think we are one of the most challenging environments. But still, the results are very interesting, and we saw and we discussed with the provider, which is also another added value for the PCP, the fact that it helps the public buyers to be very close of research and development teams of technological providers. And that's very interesting because, as it has been demonstrated in the previous presentations, the provider, they have a lot of ideas about how to continue to improve the solutions. I mean, nowadays we're talking about generative AI. We know that you all heard about large learning model. Now we have video learning models. So we know that there are some models somewhere that are able to analyze exactly everything. But when I say everything, it's really everything on the video. It's still requesting too much GPU, so too much calculation power. But we know that in the future, it can be useful to continue the development of this kind of solution. So there is a room for the future in this kind of technology. And there is definitely, probably, even for the legal framework, we know that in France, we can't deploy the solution right now because we're not authorized to do so. We also had some framework special legal framework for the Olympic Games for testing other kind of solution. Of course, it was less. There was less features than we expect in PREVENT PCP than what we have tested for the Olympic Games, but still, it's another tool we have to demonstrate that yes, that's the future, and that's something we want to install inside of our command and control center. And yeah, just for the future also, and the added value. Anyway, for a PTO like SNCF, any tool that can help to struggle against unattended items, we take it. We need it. Actually, the cost of unattended items for SNCF, it's millions and millions euro each year. We have too many unattended items. And each time we have one, we have traffic jam in the trains, we're stopping the operation, so we are losing a lot of money. So we need this kind of tool. And another thing that is interesting is that Prevent PCP is, as we define it, actually only answer to the half of the issue. Meaning, we worked a lot about analytics in the stations, but we have half of our unattended items inside the trains. And there it's, again, it's another game because when it's in the stations, you have a big network, you can be connected in a data center, you can have GPU cards and many things to have calculation power. But when you are on board, you cannot access remotely the images from the embedded cameras, meaning that you have to be able to use the developed algorithms, you have to optimize them to make sure that they can work inside the train with some constraints about the size of the server and everything. So yeah, there is a deep value and there is still a long journey to end really this project, and AI will never end. So anyway, at some point we're going to have to deploy something.
So I would say it will still keep us busy for a certain time, obviously. SNCF and RATP, we're both brothers in running Paris public transportation, with some family affairs from time to time. But I mean, you know, we're still in the same family anyway. So I wouldn't much add to Armand's point, apart from saying that Armand's saying is that when it works at SNCF, it will work anywhere else. But I could ask that when it works in the Paris Metro, it can work anywhere else too, because we're dealing with video surveillance, which is, well, some of it's still a bit old because fortunately or unfortunately, Paris system is ancient and large, so we have infrastructure to which we have to implement the CCTV not too high for the maintenance to be able to maintain, not too low, not for passengers to destroy it. So what is sustainable in a laboratory of any of our valuable industrial partners is not so easy because, well, in the laboratory of the partner, it's the engineer himself that does the maintenance of the camera, whilst we're cleaning hours, we got some paint going here, somebody's spitting on it, whatsoever. I mean, there's lots of funny things to see on the metro. And I mean, it's just like going to the theater for a much more reduced fare. So, I mean, we've been brother on this topic, and I totally agree and won't develop too much on the legal framework and the technological framework, because it's what both operators we are did with our partners is just using a very small percentage of the video feeds. Would we choose either to secure a big hub or several smaller places which has interchanges? I mean, we could base ourselves on the return of the statistics, on the traffic interruption. What is the best place to try to make the analysis to limitate as much as possible the interruption of traffic? I mean, it opens several doors and several drawers of the capabilities to add servers, have space, have the energy, have the video feeds, have the capacity that the analysis doesn't make it everything collapse. I mean, we haven't tried yet. We've been working on this for many years. Some of you may be remembering the secured research project. That's 10 years ago. I mean, it's a long path to get to some result. And even though we're not yet at a full, totally operational result, but we can see, I would say, for Edgar and Fabrice, we've been working on such topic for almost 15 years probably. We've seen the subject go forward. The other thing that Armand mentioned, you may have noticed that we had some Olympics in Paris, and our Ministry of Home Affairs and the state passed a special law that allow to do during the Olympics what is normally forbidden. It's not like checking your population like some of the countries in the east of the world would do, but was just allowing, making legal some of the things we tried and we experimented and we developed with PREVENT PCP. So whatever being the third equipment, which is not the PREVENT PCP one being used on this state project, video project, we had the opportunity to have video operators taken off from our security control center that were sitting and checking the alerts coming from that third equipment from another provider, which was not necessarily looking at the same things, was looking for crowds or people entering forbidden spaces, and for some unattended items too. But as we were working on the two PCP equipment from our partners here, well, we had some opportunities to show them also, apart from the one that we're working on, those two other PREVENT PCP equipments. And yes, the answer is totally yes. There is a great interest from the operational people, which has the experience value of having worked in the field of public security for years, because our staff working in the security control room are not young babies. They are rather older field workers that have specialized themselves in being working in the control center, and it's a way, when getting older, not to be working anymore in the field because it's a tiring job. So we've got very positive feedbacks from them, and they were happy about even though scientifically speaking, we found that we had too many false alarms. Even though we were not overwhelmed with them. I mean, we could go get our coffee and come back and not having 20 things making beep, beep, beep. So, I mean, we're on the way of having something that is operational. And of course, by the way, according about this legal framework, we hope that the experience we had in the Olympics will take our authorities and our people representative in having another point of view on such topic, and saying that it is not as intrusive as they would think, and that it is probably less intrusive than carrying your own smartphone. But this is another story, and we'll let it to politicians.
Thank you. Have limited time, and let's leave some time for questions later in the end. Okay.
Well, I totally agree, and Julian. We are a young international family, brother from RATP, because we are Subway. So we are all family. It's good to know. But of course, these kind of solutions and the PREVENT PCP in particular add value to all of us. We have at the beginning high expectations from what results we can achieve. We didn't achieve the results that our expectations said in the beginning. Because we have, all of us, too many false alarms, but we have true positives also. Yes, and all these things, when we are classifying the alarms and see what the solutions give us to us, we can learn about our customer behaviors. We saw customers that leave the luggage in any place and goes to buy the ticket and then come back after 2 to 5 minutes. We see customers that leave the luggage in the beginning of the stairs, go down with one luggage and then come back to the beginning of the stairs to get the other luggage. So we see things that we are not aware. So the operators, the BTOs need this kind of solutions. It helps to find and eventually an item that can be something else. Yes, the solutions, we need the solutions. And when the contractors talk a few minutes ago, they say that we are in this project, we have many requirements. We know that this is a challenge. All the requirements that we put on this procurement was a challenge, and it was not easy to solve all the situations, because all of us have different situations, like in stations, like they say, how the customers goes in the station. In railways, they stay much timer than in the subway. So these solutions can improve us to find what we cannot see, or what we cannot have much staff people to see.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Now let's move on and discuss a little bit about your recommendations, your proposals. What would you change, if anything, to improve the PCP projects in general?
Well, something they already said. The administrative process is complex. Phase 1, phase 2, it was a process that was complex. Too many reports to analyze, too many reports to do, and this kind of things. The time that we spend to do this, we cannot improve the solution. We cannot fine-tuning the solution, because there are constraints about how the contractors can go to our facilities, because they are working with operation video streams. They are working inside our infrastructure. So there are rules that they must do. And one other thing that we can improve is the incremental feedbacks. We need to work more together, to give to the contractors early feedbacks, in order to they can go to the solution and make the patch improvement, fine tuning, what else? Well, to end, in Lisbon, the pilot in Lisbon was the last pilot. There are advantages and there are disadvantages. Inconvenience, yes. Thank you, Julian. The advantage was we are the last, so they are installed large patches, so we didn't have so many alarms like SNCF had at the beginning. So that's one advantage. One difficulty was we had less time to test solution, to give feedbacks. Of course, we need more time. We need more time to test. We need more time to implement some configurations to improve the solutions.
Thank you, Paolo. Totally agree. Of course, PCP is something relatively, perhaps if I'm wrong, please tell me, but in terms of research and innovation, R&D, this is a relatively recent process. So we are one of the first to try, and probably one of the first to try in the field of public security. Yes, so being more iterative as far with iterations, with probably phases that are less cut into very formal bits, trying to or proposing potential contractors from the earliest selection phases to be able to show potential buyers mock-ups or prototypes, small sections of what they're willing to develop, in understanding the fact that they're just showing something which has begun. So it's not, nothing is working order, but it would help us to be clearer in our specifications, to integrate at an earlier stage operational stuff in terms to help. And I would say something else about timing. We have seen our two final partners, which are here obviously, we've seen that they've been working hard with a very small amount of time between phase 2 and 3. And maybe, well, nobody knew, so there is no criticism about this, just to make that clear. But I assume that if it had been, we had thought about this for any future one, to leave our industrial partners having more time to develop things, especially between phase 2 and 3, and make it all more iterative. Obviously, we would probably, they would probably have had full nights at night and at weekends first, because they need to relax anyway. And we would also all probably have something which is already very interesting, but even better results.
Thank you. So yeah, obviously I fully agree about all the administrative work, and it's true for the project partners, but it's also true for the technical providers. Yes, as it has been said, when we end the phase, we request for a technical report for the end of phase. So then we have to make the analysis. Then when we make the analysis, we say, okay, you can apply for going to the next phase, and we request for a tender. Then we're still losing time because they have to write the tender. We have to make the analysis of the tender again, and basically it's something very close from the analysis of the end of phase report. So yeah, we're losing time. We are both losing time, the project and the providers. And at the end, what happens, and it's true for PREVENT PCP, when we make the first planning of the project, we were saying, oh, cool, we have 8 months for phase 1, we have 10 months for phase 2, and 8 months for phase 3. But the truth is we have to just reduce that from 2 or 3 months between each phase. So at the end, it was very, very short, and we do not have enough time. So yeah, that is something we have to take into account at the very beginning of the project. And I think that's something that still needs to be improved in the PCP process, that for sure. Maybe it has been said, and I fully also agree, that we need to ensure that the development are making a very iterative way, because when you talk about development of technology, it's true that you have to be sure that end users are very close with the development team. But also I think that it's kind of improvement that should be provided by the European Commission, or maybe by each country, in the creating, once again, a legal framework dedicated to research and development. One big obstacle we had in PREVENT PCP is the possibility to share some data. Meaning PTOs, we have a lot of data. We have all the images of the CCTV systems, but it's just forbidden to provide this kind of images to a technological provider, even if we have some non-disclosure agreement, even if we have some contracts. So something that we should be able to do in some way with, of course, some constraints and some verification, but I'm pretty sure that the technological development should have been even better if we managed to provide real data. It has been said. We provide only data set. We make some data set by going by night in the station with only volunteers. So of course, it's not representative of the real world. And then there are some possibilities where you can add some virtual objects and you can do a lot of things with generative AI to create a data set, but at the end, it's not the real world. And that's something really very, very important, I think, in any PCP project, to have a legal framework to ensure a full collaboration between the project partners and the technical providers. And maybe the last one for PREVENT PCP is also in terms of organization. And you said it, that Metro of Lisbon, you were the last pilots of PREVENT PCP, but it's true that it's also a lesson learned in PREVENT PCP. We didn't do one pilot, neither two, we do 7 pilots. One in Paris, one in Marseille, actually 2 in Paris, 1 in Marseille, 2 in Barcelona, 1 in Lisbon, 1 in Geneva. Maybe it was too much, it was a strong ambition. And at the end, it was very interesting because we get different results, but even for the project, something, okay, we have to make the deployment everywhere, so and we do not, the provider cannot be concentrated only on one pilot site, so they can do improvement there, not there. So it may be something also we have to take into account when we define the content of the project, and especially of this group. Thank
you. Well, we think that because in the PCP, we have also some side aspects of the project which are not the content, the real content, or the real need to make the project. This side aspect is to be addressed in, let's say, in a more structured way. I mean, inside the project, we are asked to answer to a question like, what will be the market for this solution? Is this solution able to scale the market? Is the solution financially stable? Things like that, which are very, very important questions. But I think that normally the institution involved in the development or in the definition of the development of the project, they are not people. We are the market. We are not marketing experts. So this kind of question has to be addressed to some expert, which is in the project, but is not inside the single institution. I think this is our experience. We are let's say, big institution, but we are not inside marketing experts, things like that. So I think that the roles have to be a little bit precise in this kind of project. Then again, during this project, it happens that they start some very interesting possible side projects, because at least in our experience, we had the possibility to use in the solution drones, dogs, whatever. I think that they are very, very interesting situations, but they cannot be included. So they have to spawn in some way, or a side project or something like that, to have the possibility to have this kind of, to give the possibility to this kind of ideas to the future. I don't know in what way, but at least the PCP has to be able to list this possibility and to show this possibility to someone that is able to go ahead. Coming to the documentation, I think that everyone agrees on that. The documentation for the progress of the project is too repetitive. They are always the same. I think that a possibility is to try to dry out these documents phase by phase. The document they are intended to do the same things and to be in some ways dry out, because a lot of answers that were done before. So it's not It's not necessary to repeat them. So, because at the beginning of the process, maybe this kind of document is good, then no, not so good. Too much theoretical or theoretical, okay. Pilot and timing of the pilot. The pilot is crucial, not important. The pilot is crucial, but maybe it's not the only situation when you can try, when you can prove the solution. Maybe, at least in a project like the MCI solution, you can split up parts of the project and then do the sub-pilot or something else, or something like that, that they can let the people understand better the single part of every solution. This is important, and also the timing between one pilot and the other. We think that it was very tight for everyone. In terms of timing, also, we think that among the buyers, one discipline on the timing is important, because sometimes, let's say that someone is going ahead in interesting in things that are not important for the project. So we lose the base in some way. So it's very important that the project manager has to be able to keep the pace even for the partners they are strolling around in some way. That's it.
Thank you. First, I want to thank to our coordinator, lead procurer, partners, and suppliers. I learned really many things from all of you in this 3 years time. And I want to emphasize 3 basic things. First, to introduce, promote for the suppliers in OMCs. It is very important, and maybe we couldn't understand how it is important. We can understand better, we can start early, we can make pre-OMC events, for example, pre-OMC events, and this will lead more supplier participation, and the participation, submission procedures, eligibility criteria, and legal framework. Maybe can detail it. It is detailed, I know, but maybe more understandable for the other companies, sharing right and wrong examples, maybe. Second thing is evaluation process. Solutions in PCPs are continuously evaluated. This evaluation often takes time, takes the form of feedback, but sometimes it is used to decide which supplier will leave, which supplier will continue. And this is very important because procurers need to have a consensus on how to evaluate and understand the same perspective. And for this, to ensure this, a workshop can be organized beforehand with the procurers on how to make evaluations in simulated scenarios. When scoring at the end of each phase, taking the arithmetic average directly will be confusing, because if there are very low or very high scores, this destroys the average, and if the justifications are insufficient. For this reason, training on how to score and how to write justifications why they are so important. Very important, I think. Third one, delivering. In addition to delivering, delivering prototypes no more than 3 weeks before the field tests will allow procurers to learn how to use the solutions and understand the shortcomings. It will be very helpful because also the procurers, first responders, or other my colleagues from PREVENT consortium are very busy. They cannot do it in 1 week, for example. So we need a little bit time, and that's all. Thank you.
And I'm sure that I'm going to repeat some of the things that we have already heard, but probably this is the importance of the discussion that we're having here. So yes, the evaluation process, especially in the beginning, it is very difficult. It is very difficult for us because mostly as we are specified in one specialty, it is very difficult to evaluate correctly the technical details. And I'm sure that for the person specified in the technical environment, it's difficult for the rest. So I don't know which the solution is, but maybe a more structured way of having the demands, the templates that we're demanding from them would make this process easier for all of us. Then the second thing is you have all heard from the previous speakers, the question of time, and especially in some phases, especially in the third phase, time is essential. It's essential also for the familiarization of the users with solutions and how to use them. For the procurers also it's important because they have the feedback from one pilot to the other, but they need time to implement the feedback and the solution. And I think that very important, and this also leads to another observation, is the possibility of all the partners to follow the pilot. So to have the possibility to see what happens because we have similar systems, but they have differences also. And these differences can be of great importance, yes, and can drive to better solutions. The other thing is continuity. So yes, we have a solution, it's not fully developed. What next? Which are the next steps? How is it going to get to be improved? How are we going to see the final product? How can we have observations of the final product and make it better? And this is another issue. And a last remark from us is that there are features in both solutions that have reached the end that suit us very well, best, let's say. But what we need sometimes is a combination of these features. So I don't know if this is possible, but it would be ideal for us if it were possible. So I think this is a very short resume of what we have discussed between us. But yes, there is and another thing. So as I said, probably better budget, especially in the third phase, giving us the possibility to follow the projects, giving us the possibility to involve more personnel in the pilot projects, and that's it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. So I think we have a little more time for questions. If there are any questions from the audience, please raise your hand and I'll bring you the microphone. I'll go there first and I'll go back to you. Keep the mic. Okay. Keep the microphone here.
Do you hear me? Yes. So hello everyone, this is Antonio Langhi from the Italian Institute of Privacy and Data Valorization. Mine is not a question. I want just to add something on what Armand already said, because he as well summarized the legal constraints, the legal framework, since we are the partner of the consortium dealing with this topic. First of all, I want to congratulate Armand because he has very well summarized this topic and these potential issues. In fact, the remote surveillance, as Armand said, was not so remote topic. We try to avoid these potential issues following the minimization principle, meaning the purpose of the project to detect the unattended items and to track them to their owners could be achieved both with the use of biometric data and simple common footages. So as you can see from the demonstration of the contractors, the fact that were used blurred faces, only the analysis of the movement of the body was the translation of this minimization principle, legal obligation in practical activities. So I hope that this topic, the compliance with privacy, ethics, and security issues has been translated in by design to select the contractors through criteria for each PCP phases to allow to select, to design the solution, try to be compliant since the first stages. So the value was to translate this legal obligation in criteria to select and to have the opportunity to develop solutions that could be used also in the real environment, being compliant with this complex legal framework. So I hope that this activity has been seen not as burdens, but as a quick value to have some solutions that finally could be put in place and used within the market. And last but not least, as Armand already said, the AI Act came to force. So other legal constraints, and we already try to address them during the project, because some topics concerning the transparency on the training of the algorithms has been raised in some deliverables, and especially the ethics checks concerning the gender discrimination, the violation of privacy of the individuals, ethnicity discriminations through the training of the algorithm has been already addressed. So the work has just been started, and I think the way has been tracked. So I hope that these activities has been seen as a value to design in a compliant way the tools, and not only as a boring burden. So just to add these topics on the discussion already addressed by Armand. Thank you.
I don't know if you want to add anything.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, thank you. I think there is no really question, but actually I fully agree. It's something we do not have time to develop here, but of course in the phase one, especially during the design of the solution, it's not about only design and write down some technical and functional specifications. We have to take into account all those aspects, ethics, compliance, and everything. And also that is something it's important if tomorrow you start a PCP project, keep in mind that when you talk about innovation, there are constraints, and you have to do some ethical works and some legal constraints inside and by design. That's very important.
Thank you. Thank you. I am François Mergadella. I belong to the General Secretariat of Defense and National Security. So we work for national security for the Prime Minister. For France, of course. Another point, I'm head of the French delegation to the PROM committee. I would like to come back on 2 points. Thank you for our panel. The first one is regarding the administrative burden. Of course, you can complain to the Commission if Gianni is still here, but apparently it's not. Okay. I've just to specify that the split between phase 1 and phase 2 and 3 has been done a few years before, because it has been considered that in order to have some volunteers coming from end user in order to start such a big project like PCP, the phase 1 was easier to implement in the first step. So, but of course, if you have some suggestions to the Commission or the Program Committee, you are welcome. The second point is regarding the AI. And it could be also a question. You know that we will have to implement in each member states the national governance for AI up to the next August 2025. In that in national governance, we have to decide how to implement sandbox for regulation, especially for critical technologies like high level of risk, like biometric. Do you consider that it could be an opportunity in order to implement some common regulation and in order to solve the data issues, for example, raised by the SNCF? And how do we proceed in order to have a kind of homogeneous way to implement that in all different countries? It could be, for example, the job of UITP.
Okay, I can try to answer for SNCF.
Okay. It starts by volunteer. Anything starts by willing it, and then you can develop.
Yes, of course. So maybe just on the first point, we don't want to avoid all the administrative work, of course. We're just saying, for instance, during PREVENT PCP, just the thing that sometimes it seems really repetitive. I mean, probably, and that's something we can discuss with the European Commission, when it comes to make analysis of the end of phase 1 report, and just after I request for a tender, actually, I'm just making the same analysis twice, and the providers are providing the same work twice sometimes. So probably we can make some improvement. We will not avoid all administration because it's necessary, and of course it's very useful to have different phases. Of course, phase 1 is important, then we have to make some selection, of course. So yeah, we have to keep it, but maybe we can try to propose some improvement, of course. Then about the AI Act and the opportunity with the sandbox. Maybe SNCF, unfortunately, I'm not the best entity to, and the best company to answer because, for instance, about biometric, I'm pretty sure that it can be useful for the police forces. But for a PTO, I'm not sure I can be part of that. I can provide some data to make analysis by the police forces and the security forces, but as SNCF, I'm not sure I can have the authorization to run some biometric analytics. But
not today.
Not today, yeah.
Not today, but you have to consider that, for example, if you are critical entities, you are part of a game.
Yeah, somewhere we can be a critical entity, of course. So yeah, that's definitely an opportunity, and that's something we can we can look in the future for sure. Us, SNCF, but RTP too. So yes, of course, this is an opportunity, and we need to work with you probably to define what we can do, and we can do that with yeah, of course. It will be a pleasure to discuss further that.
I think we will be very happy to go forward with the national and European authorities to go forward on such topic and trying to make something which is well balanced between the saving individuals' individuality and the general interest of the community.
Okay. Next question. Two questions, I think. My name is Jan Politiek. I'm from Arriva, Netherlands. I'm representing also Arriva Group, with headquarters in London. We are operating with, in time, 10 European countries, but I'm based in the Netherlands. 1,400 buses, 170 train sets, 6,000 employees. We're very worried at the moment what happens in Ukraine and Russia. I assume you all do. This, especially project PREVENT PCP, I'm 24/7 at a radar. If I call them Secret Service after Friday for the Paris attack, for the Olympics, they just say, oh, it's not focused on the Netherlands. But that I'm buying nothing for my employees and my passengers. So very good what you did already to PREVENT PCP, but we're not there yet. And don't forget, Paris is beautiful, Paris is big, but there are more cities, smaller cities, also with subway, also with buses, also with trains. Don't forget them, and there is also expertise on that. You don't, I know, but just to mention it because there are more persons here. What the question is, I would like to ask one person from iProcureSecurity and one person for PREVENT. What did you learn from each other? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to
to answer that.
Okay. First of all, be reassured about we're not forgetting the small stations. You know, SNCF, we are a national company, so we also have some small stations. We have small lines of trains. So yeah, we are fully aware. Obviously, it's always easier to make the pilots in big cities because we have all the infrastructure there. But as I said, we should never. Yeah, we can't just leave small stations because there is no infrastructure on the board. Yeah, something we have in mind. When it comes to the next question about what do we learn from each other, maybe from my side, we do not have that much discussion during our project. And maybe we should have. At some point, maybe, I don't know if I can ask for the coordinator of PREVENT PCP, maybe you have more contact with the other projects. Maybe not. So yeah.
No, we just discussed it many times about it. We discussed it many times about differences about the PCP, but it's the topic that is completely different in my opinion. For example, you mentioned it very well about AI, okay? How AI is improving day by day. Okay, for example, there are the two faces of the same, the two sides or faces of the same coin. I mean, we wanted to have more months, that's good. But if we have more months, at the same time, what implemented at the beginning is no more good at the end. So it's very strange, but probably the optimal solution is to implement at the very end of the project. Because what I'm implementing at the beginning is not more valid or is overtaken, but from what was implemented in the other month. We need to find a compromise. Yeah. Okay, if well designed,
I think completely correct for some aspects, for some let's say topic, but it depends on the technology you are using or there's an AI option.
Indeed, I was talking about.
Yeah, well, we are talking about let's say signal, biological signal sensing, which is also progressing, but not at the same speed, and not talking not only of that, but talking also of managing this kind of situation. Maybe AI, I'm sure AI is useful for this kind of situation, of the management of the situation, because learning from the past is always a good thing, etc., etc. But in terms of implementing at the end, it's true for something, but not for everything. So, in terms of what learned from the project, we didn't have any contact. But now, looking at what is happening there and here, even in the content, sometimes we can have some, let's say, suggestion to use the technology. This is developing there also for our field. Nobody prevents that in MCI we can have a view. Obviously, if you have a fixed view, because you have the MCIs in one station, this kind of situation can be used. This kind of solution can be used in an MCI. I don't know, on a field outside of the city, etc., etc. You don't have this fixed possibility to look at the field, but you can add this possibility on the moment. Overall, if the MCI lasts for a long time, it's not normal. An MCI usually ends, let's say, in a few hours or one day, the normal one. Then you have the big one that lasts for days and days. In this case, these two technologies can be, let's say, used.
And maybe also, I'm pretty sure that there are some hidden links between the project, because as you can see, Kemia was the lead procurer for PREVENT PCP, but they are also hacked in iProcureSecurity. So I'm sure even for them, it's a bit hidden for the public buyers, but for Kemia, I'm sure that what they learned in one PCP, they managed to apply it on the other. So on that, I'm sure that it was helpful to have the two projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. I quickly also want to bring in the coordinator's perspective, because what we see today is that we actually have a lot of overlaps between the PCPs, not in sense of the topic, but in sense of the process. And we have very similar issues. So we heard this in our project, we heard it also now in the other project. There is, people want to have more direct interaction at the end of the day. And the point is, that is something that we also tried as much as possible based on the structure that we have to use at this stage. The point is, with this learning, we can go back to the European Commission, tell them, hey, look, actually, we have people that more think like innovators on the supplier side, but also on the procurer side. They want to have more direct interaction. They want to put their heads together and figure out, okay, what can we improve more easily than we could do it now? Because the point is, we still also have a competitive process, which means it's also, you have to follow certain regulations, which are there for, they have a meaning, right? So also this has to be secured. Still, it's a process that can be improved to a certain extent. And I think this is something that we should, these kind of lessons learned, that we should put together and also bring forward to the European Commission. How should kind of the next level PCP look like to make it more interactive, to make it more engaged between suppliers and procurers side? Because I think that's one of the main stories behind, which is, I think also which will ease for both sides the work, and which also might improve the outcomes on top of what we've seen at the outcomes. I think it's still a really great that were conducted in this short amount of time.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree that we were focused specifically on the process, but on the other hand, yes, it's a very good idea. I think having interaction from different projects regarding also the topic, because it's very important, because we work in parallel and there are others working on the same topic, and maybe these solutions could be combined or have a better development at the end. So again, this is also a suggestion.
Last point, because this question is actually interesting, and also today for the first time when we cooperated in a more content-wise with PREVENT PCP, we also saw that some contractors actually use the similar technologies or similar strategy in both, even though the domains are very different. What we are discovering through this project, but also other projects, is that domains are different, but technology are similar actually. So not on everything, but there are overlaps. And it's this kind of exchange, I think it's extremely important for both sides.
I have a question. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I have a question for our PCP cousins today. Obviously, you've been dealing on helping the best possible, well, in general, individuals that can be injured in any situation, which is being first aid responders for simple incidents or very large incidents. In such situation, first aid responders, of course, there is no anonymity of the people you're saving, because you're helping somebody, and one of the first things you need to do when you are police staff, ambulance, any first responder, is also to ask you what is your name, surname, date of birth. So you can assume to the talks we've had during this panel that we had a very important but fully necessary GDPR issue on respecting individuals and also serving the community. Did you have in your PCP GDPR issues, GDPR walls? How did you manage to solve them? Where did they block you, or how did you pass aside?
Obviously, we have this problem or this question or whatever it is, these arguments And but this is true everywhere in the healthcare. It's not only in the emergency.
The healthcare, you need to know the name of the people.
And
so.
yes, and in this project we try to follow the same rule that always in the general healthcare. That's it. We have let's say tools to keep this data let's say safe, and we use this, which is very different on what we were discussing before. Completely different. Okay, we have let's say few simple data. Okay, can be saved quite easily. We can do encryption with that. We can do everything, and they are safe in that sense. Different is the situation where you look at the reality and you see anything and you have everything. Let's say.
Sure, but there are some GDPR issues.
Yes.
There are some. We have some GDPR issues, even though we don't know the name of the people who have issues with.
This is the problem. We have the problem.
You get the names.
The problem with GDPR only with a few data that can be saved easily. You don't.
Because you don't have, you didn't have any video of the people. You're having the data, I assume. I mean, as far as I've understood from your explanation, it's a summary of a couple hours of 3 years of work, probably. So we can't be really aware of all the drawbacks of your work. But you're not filming people, but you have their names, surnames, date of birth, address, their blood group, and whatsoever.
We can also have a video sometime, but yeah, because on the field maybe you take the video of the victim, but you have to save also that, and you store that, and maybe you destroy it after a while. But let's say that every country has their rules.
For the pilot, we use simulated medical data.
Sure. Obviously, sure.
The reality is that there is no safe information regarding GDPR. So even if I go today and I have details of a person, and I can take a video and then I can upload it on TikTok and so on. So yes, we are obeying the rules. How safe are they going to be, these data in the future? Nobody can answer. We have continuously episodes of cybersecurity and so on. But we need this information. We need to have images. We need to have videos. One let's say solution was that we had a unique identifying number on each victim without having it. But at the end, you need the rest of the information. You need the rest of the data. So it is difficult.
I'm not criticizing.
Thank you. I don't know if we have time. I think. Do we have time for one more question, maybe?
Maybe we can use the coffee break to keep asking questions to our people.
Yes.
We will be happy to answer.
I know there will be plenty of time either way later to keep this discussion going. It's great. I want to thank everyone here on the panel. I want to thank everyone.
From procurers, we have contractors, we have big procurers, we have entities such as carvers. So giving the different profiles and the knowledge of the speakers, what we would like to understand is, well, we have done a lot, clearly, it has been successful, clearly. What's next? How can we approach it? So I'm gonna say a very short words about the speakers. Elena Ilianu, our first speaker is from Chemia. She's legal advisor and research associate. Then we have Maria Campa, managing consultant at Corvers. We have Mr. Thomas Seltsam, who is the head of the National Disaster Management and Research at the Austrian Red Cross, bringing in the procurer perspective into this discussion. And then we have the set of contractors, starting from Insure, with Antonis Kostaridis, iProcureSecurity with Alberto Bezzoso, Prevail Dimitros Diagurtas, and Ul Sasatus with Philip Lam. Yeah, so I think we can start. The first questions is towards our partner from CMEA, from the lead procurer. So, as said at the beginning, we are reaching the end of the project. The pre-commercial procurement, both pre-commercial procurement, are coming to an end. What are the options to further exploit the action in the pre-commercial procurement?
Thank you, Leila. Thank you, Serena, for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the introduction. It was actually a great pleasure for being here and being part of this panel on the discussion of innovation uptake, because I really find it as a very interesting and challenging topic. So before going to the before replying to the question, I would like to say, of course, that for both projects, it was a great journey for a quite long time, with very positive signs for innovation uptake. And actually, to my view, of course, there are several factors, actually 4 main factors that, in a way, say that we could, in a way, say that they're setting the scene for innovation uptake. First of all, it is, of course, the fact that we have 4 successful solutions, 2 solutions for iProcureSecurity and 2 solutions for PREVENT PCP. And these solutions are successful because they have been designed, developed, tested, and assessed by the first clients, the procurers, the buyers. Another factor which is also important is that we had the end users' involvement in both projects since the very beginning, from definition of the design to technical requirements, and then to the post-project engagement for uptake. They are part of our consortium, and of course, they are willing to dedicate time beyond the end of the project. Yes, thank you. They are willing to dedicate time beyond the end of the project in order to further test and develop the solutions. A third point that is also very important is the group of buyers, of course, which are the first clients, and the group of interested buyers as well. The UOG in PREVENT PCP and the observatory group in iProcureSecurity. And last but not least, it's the framework agreement. It's the agreement that we all know we have signed. We, as CMEA, acting in the name and on behalf of the public buyers, with all contractors, both contractors for each project. And this legal document actually paves the way forward to commercial exploitation and, of course, the IPR standard. Coming now to the actual reply to your question, Serena, the options, of course, innovation uptake is not a single step process. It's a process which is, of course, not only linked to the buyer's commitment, as we have already said it in our tender documents in the under the title promotion of R&D, but it's also related to the sales and deployment capabilities of the suppliers. And this is, of course, a very important aspect that we all have to take into account. As of the options, one option, of course, would be the so-called phase 4 that Antonio asked before Yanis about this, which to my view can be set separately or individually by each organization, by each buyer, if agreed and if each organization can choose one or both contractors to have some steps forward. Of course, this phase 4, based on the this option, is mostly going to be governed by the national framework and the internal rules of each organization, meaning that if another procurement is needed, this should be, of course, decided by the said organization in order to further, let's say, test or validate or improve the solution. So the most important in this option is whether the public procurers, the organizations that have already access to the results for their own use, they want to make best use of this and continue with the solution. Another option would be the PPI, the Public Procurement of Innovative Solutions, the one that the tool that Yannis, Mr. Skiadaresis already mentioned. PPI actually is used in order to address when actually challenges can be addressed by innovative solutions that are nearly or in a very limited quantity in the market. So in our case, after the end of a PCP, we all know that we have 4 solutions that are not yet ready to the market, that are nearly. Some of them may be more close to the market or others no, but this is not the important. The important is that we do have a tool, the PPI, which is a totally separate procurement, and it's a procurement that may, at the end of the day, a contract will not be awarded to the specific contractors. This is a very important aspect that I would like you all to know, because it is based on the legal framework that we cannot assign, award the contract to a contractor without setting specific, let's say, without following the legal framework. Of course, we can make use of the specific provisions or provision on IPRs and take advantage of this exclusion that I think that all national legislation on public procurement is foreseen in order to further work on this. So in the PPI, and I'm coming back to this tool, contracting authorities jointly or not, this is not, of course, something that it's imperative, maybe in collaboration with other public or private buyers, will procure solutions innovative that, as I mentioned before, are nearly or close to the market. And they act in this way as launching customers, the first the lead customers, as we usually say. An important characteristic and crucial characteristic of the PPI is that this is something that usually contracting authorities prefer, is the conformance testing. They have the right to make conformance testing of the solution, of the actually offered solution before procuring. So this is an important also aspect that we as contracting authorities can take advantage of this and have it as an option to use it. And yeah, as I mentioned before, a PPI can be complementary to a PCP. In our case, it's very important because it can enable a larger scale deployment of the solutions that were developed in small quantity during our PCPs. Of course, a PPI can be used as a tool independently and without being followed by a PCP. So I think that replied to your questions. Mainly 2 options. Either we go with phase 4 and we setting, let's say, the framework for further testing, validating, etc., or with the PPI jointly, or of course independently.
Thank you. And a follow-up question to that: what are the challenges and the benefits of the?
Yes, challenges. Mostly challenges, because we all know that yeah, it's a challenging process. It was a challenging process in the beginning, and it is still. So a challenge would be, of course, change of priorities, change of political willingness and commitment on behalf of the procurers they need. Of course, it could be lack of funds or not available human resources, which is also an important aspect that we should take into consideration for further testing or even for procuring a PPI and closely monitoring. We need human resources, we need funds. Another challenge would be, of course, whether these solutions need further, whether, for example, regulation or standardization or certification or regulation of AI Act or GDPR issues need further elaboration. And of course, for me also another challenge is how we can set up a real viable mechanism for following up the provisions of the framework agreement, meaning on whether contractors have actually commercially exploited the results or not, how IPRs are managed beyond the end of the project, etc. And the benefits, of course, yeah, we all know that we have 4 solutions that are already tested. They are tailored to the procurer's need. They are nearly to in the market. As I said before, some of them more or some of them less. And another benefit is that IPRs are kept by them, by the suppliers, by the contractors, and they have a leading role for the commercial exploitation of the solution, which is, of course, a very important advantage of the PCP and the whole process. Yes, closing my reply, I would like to say, of course, that as I mentioned before, political commitment is a very important aspect. We had political commitment. We had actually operational commitment from all our buyers and procurers, and of course all the members of both consortia. But of course, more steps are needed for further beyond the end of the projects, and this is a process that is really challenging for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my next question is towards Maria. So Carlos has extensive experience in pre-commercial procurement process. My question would be, what are the exploitation potential of pre-commercial procurements from a policy standpoint? And how can this potential be maximized to drive public sector innovation and economic growth?
First of all, I would like to echo the introduction of Eleni. I think that this panel discussion is really important in the sense that I hear many questions today in relation to what's next. So it's something that both from the public buyer side and from the private, from the industry side, is an open topic. First of all, as introduced by Mr. Skataresis this morning, the tool of pre-commercial procurement has a lot of impacts. In this regard, it has a lot of exploitation potentials, both for the public buyers, but also for the private companies. I can a little bit elaborate on them in 3 areas. The first one is that it drives, this tool drives innovation across EU. The second one is that it stimulates economic growth, and the last one is that it supports public sector modernization. So to elaborate more on these aspects, first of all, pre-commercial procurement fosters innovation in the public sector. So as Eleni mentioned, the public buyers are put in the driving seat. They describe the specifications, they participate actively in the evaluation processes after each PCP phase. So with this collaboration and partnership between private and public sector, we conclude this solution developed from the companies on cutting-edge technologies that can be further scaled up and commercialized in broader markets. The second important aspect is the participation of small medium enterprises. So the PCP as a tool having not strict tender requirements for the participation of small companies like spin-offs, SMEs, or startups, it gives the opportunity to them to be part of this R&D process, and this leads on market diversity, on the creation of new markets and in market diversity. Then we have the economic growth aspect, which is related to the R&D development in critical sectors. So PCPs are targeting sectors like healthcare, security, green technologies, or transportation. All these are leading to big long-term societal benefits. And last but not least is the increase in competitiveness across EU. So with having a PCP process, and especially like it was implemented in PREVENT PCP and iProcureSecurity PCP, where we have cross-border collaboration between different member states, this leads to innovations that are scalable, since the interoperability and the transferability of the solution is inherent to the overall process. And having this in mind, it creates opportunities for companies to commercialize the solution across EU. Now, going to the second part of the question, I think it's important to highlight here that while the overall process has the competitive approach inherent to the overall implementation, it has a risk, especially for the companies which have invested in order to develop a solution, bring it to TRL 8, and they face the risk of not further commercializing this solution and leading to the so-called valley of death. I'm just focusing a little bit on the company side, in the sense that in the scope of PREVENT PCP, we have conducted a study in order to examine other opportunities in order to support the commercialization aspects for the companies. While, as Eleni mentioned, we have the PPI approach, which of course entails a new tender process. And this may not lead to the award of the contract in the PCP contractors. We need to identify what other market commercialization potentials there are for the companies that have participated in such processes. In this regard, we were examining the participation and the involvement of venture capitals in the overall exploitation of the solution after PCP. So our work in order to examine a little bit this approach was divided into two pillars. The first one was the theoretical pillar, which mainly aimed to elaborate more on the framework that VCs could be involved in the overall PCP process. The second one was related to the actual using PREVENT PCP as a platform to test our methodological approach in our framework as developed initially. For the first part, we have been working on developing an informal working group, which was composed by public authorities from 3 member states. We had representatives from research institutes across EU, mainly working on the economic and commercialization aspects of PCP. We had a representative from a venture capital organization, and we have representatives from the European Commission. With the discussions and the interactions that we had during this working group, we concluded with a model where the VCs could be involved in the overall approach, even from the phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3. We identified, in order not to overwhelm you with all the details, since we produced a white paper on this framework, framework approach, which can be reached through the project site, we concluded that there are several barriers and benefits that we could identify from the involvement of VCs in the overall process. When it comes to the barriers, of course, we know that venture capitals are investors which are looking for, which have their own agenda. They are looking for their short-term benefits, and this agenda could have an impact in the overall implementation of the process, and of course on the needs of public buyers. However, there are several benefits that have been identified from our study, and these benefits are mainly related to the networking opportunities that the VC can provide to the companies, in order to enhance the commercialization opportunities. They have, in the majority of the cases, sector-specific knowledge in order to, for example, develop further their business plans and their market potentials. And last but not least is the funding part, which is something that many of the companies require in order to further develop their solution and bring it to the market. Going to the second pillar of our study, there we had to use, as I mentioned previously, PREVENT PCP as a platform in order to test all this framework. The idea is that during phase 3, we try to organize e-pitching sessions with VCs and participating companies. The thing is that this was not actually as successful as we hoped to, since we had only one company participating and one VC representative. However, it gave us some insights on further, let's say, lessons learned and recommendations that could come from the overall approach. A few of them can be summarized in the following points. First of all, VCs are not familiar with innovation procurement, as it is clear. So they are kind of reluctant on engaging in such a process, in the sense that they think that bureaucracy issues and tender processes are really heavy for them and would not benefit their overall investment plans. In this context, further dissemination opportunities, exploitation and training sessions towards VCs could be interesting, in the sense that they would de-risk a little bit the approach that they have towards this instrument. In our study, we tried to involve venture capitals only at phase 3. However, we saw that it is really important to include venture capital or other financial institutions at the beginning of, for example, phase 1. In this regard, aspects like the evaluation of the business plans of the contractors or the commercialization plans that they have, which was mentioned in the previous panel, to be difficult for evaluation, could be assisted by such an organization which have the expertise and the knowledge to do such assessments, and also provide guidance to the contractors in order to have a market-ready product. We could also say that VCs are looking for short-term returns, while pre-commercial procurement, since as I mentioned previously, they are targeting more societal challenges, have more long-term benefits. In this regard, we thought that public venture capitals or venture capitals that are closely connected with public organizations would be more suitable in order to be involved in such process. Last but not least is related to the tender specification development. So it is important to, from the beginning, from the tender description, to have methodologies like value engineering involved in the overall process, as it can highlight the benefits and the cost effectiveness of the solution to be developed. This could give a hint to other funding organizations like VCs on what they could expect from their return and from their investment. Lastly, I would like to highlight that this study, in relation to the participation of venture capitals in the overall exploitation opportunity, is an option that we have examined, of course, and needs further, let's say, studies and further support in order to be elaborated. But the important thing is to understand that we need to explore other sources of financing or support to the contractors and to the public procurers, but this I would leave to the other panelists, as the exploitation of the solutions that are developed from a pre-commercial procurement it's really important for both sides, and for the companies, but also for the procurers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So my next question goes to Mr. Zetsam. You are the one representing here the procurer side, the old one, so it's a big responsibility. It's a big group. My question to you is, what are the wishes from the procurer side? You have invested a lot of time in creating innovation, in supporting this innovation, making it happen. Are there specific way in which you would like to see this innovation being acquired? And do you foresee any potential barriers, such as legal barriers or administrative barriers, anything that you can foresee at this point?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. We were part in the iProcureSecurity project, and as already mentioned, we were the procurers, or one of the procurers there. It was a big task for us, actually, to define our needs, because under normal circumstances, we are running mass casualty incident along certain processes and standing operating procedures. But now we had to define those needs in a very special way. A way so that they could be tendered, so that somebody like a technical expert could understand what we would actually need. So this was one of the things that we learned in quite early, that we have to define our baseline and our expectations in a way that somebody can take it up and can make something meaningful and good out of it. This defining actually was very important in the beginning, and as we learned in the first presentations, it was also very important for us that somebody took up our refining ideas, because there were solutions out there and they were already to a certain extent okay, but they had to be refined according to our needs. So we had 2 sessions actually where we took up the opportunity and talked to our technical counterparts and said, well, as a procurer, we would like to see certain additional development. We would need additional features so that doesn't make sense in our system, so that we can cope better with the problems that we have in mass casualty instead. So from a procurer's point of view, this was a very important exchange. Yeah, we had the opportunity to get in direct touch and tell many people, like the technicians, see, this is what we actually need out there to run an MCI in a better way, because in the end of the day, we're doing it not for us, but we're doing it for the beneficiaries, like the people, the patients out on the street. Of course, as a huge organization in Austria, we are the leading organization in EMS. Our endorsement carries weight. So it was also us telling the other organizations, see, there is something new upcoming. What would you think about it? Because in the end of the day, procurement for us would mean that we have to change a complete system in Austria, because this is just one part of it, the EMS, but there are also other organizations involved in it. Like we have hospitals, for example, we have ministries, we have authorities. All of these need interfaces, all of these need connections to a new system. So this was the thing that was one of the feedbacks we gave throughout the development or throughout the evaluation phase that we have. In a strategic approach, we have, of course, the heavily involvement of the contractors, and the direct communication was very, very important for us, because, as said, we have a lot of counterparts and APIs to deal with. There are several dispatch centers out there, and we have to make sure that the technology fulfills all our needs. We have some constraints that we have to talk about for future development, because there are some administrative but also legal issues out there. We already have GDPR. This is one of the things that we have to consider. But as this is technology that works with patients, like people out there that are wounded, we have to follow certain standards. So the medical product and medical standardization has also to be on the radar for future developments. This is very important for us as a procurer, and we have to refine technologies to another technical level. Because what we have right now would be good to fulfill our basic needs, but in the end of the day, as a procurer, we would need additional steps that we already heard. There are opportunities for that.
Very much. Then my next question is actually the same for all the contractors. We have heard the perspective of the lead procurer, we have heard the perspective of contractors, experts in PCPs, the one from the procurers. From the contractors, what we would like to understand is, practically speaking, what are the next steps on your end in order to implement further, or what do you foresee as next step for actually commercialization and utilization of your solution in the real world? And is there, do you think there could be any facilitators that can help in this process of either finalization, further testing, or commercialization of your solution?
Hello, my name is Antonis Kostanidis. I'm Technical Director of Sadways, and I'm representing this position and sure, I think, yes. So I have to, split my mind now. and talk about ensure. So I agree with what was mentioned by the previous speakers. If we talk about ensure is a system that involves not only software but also hardware. This is a very distinguished if we compare it with PREVENT PCP. So the commercialization path has different pathways, let's say. We have the pathway of the sales and the marketing. So we need to, first of all, create our marketing strategy, a common strategy, okay, with the partners of the ensure system. This means the marketing kit, the websites, the exhibitions that we will participate. This is one thing, okay. This has already started, the process has already started between us. The second is the productization. Productization in terms of hardware is a little bit different. So first of all, we need to, as we already mentioned, to proceed with the regulation, okay, and the certification of a medical device. This requires time, it requires budget, and not only that, our effort is also to miniaturize the solution, to make it as compact as possible, to make it as cheap as possible. Okay, so you have to go again, find out your chain, your logistic chain, inventorize, you know, and have your complete, let's say, logistics chain. In terms of software, it's more easy, of course. As already mentioned, and you have seen, some parts of the software can be, let's say, it's similar to other cases. A system of an EMS is similar to the system of the fire service, of the police, of the Coast Guard even. So let's say 80% is the same, 20% is different. So there are already, on our part, exploitation going on because we're already, let's say, selling the system, not all the whole system, but let's say 80% of the system to other agencies. This is one part. Of course, we need the help of the buyers group in order to proceed with the whole solution to the emergency medical sector. It would be nice, as facilitators, these previous, let's say, tools mentioned, the PPI. I really didn't understand quite well the fourth phase, but I didn't, sorry. But the PPI is well known for me. And the PPI is also a question. Is it separate per buyer? A buyer can go for a PPI, a national or European. Another buyer,
yes,
all together also?
Jointly or, of course, individually, yes.
Okay, so...
And the PPI, it's important to mention that now that you are asking for, it's based actually on the national legislation, national public procurement law of the lead procurer or the procurer if it is on just one buyer.
I think you mentioned it, but I think it was very fast, that there are some cases in the national law, at least in Greece, that if you have the IPRs of the solution, okay, you can proceed with direct negotiations with a specific body. So this is also, I don't know if it stands in other countries, but in Greece it stands.
It stands, sorry.
Yeah, sorry for the direction.
So, yeah, no, it's a very good question. I try to be quick on this aspect because it's, of course, a purely legal aspect, that's why. But of course, yes, there is a specific provision in also in public procurement directives, EU public procurement directives, and I think that all states have already implemented this in their national legislation. So it's a provision that stands for every EU country. So if IPRs are protected, then we as a contracting authority can launch a tender with this negotiated process or any other closed, let's say, process and not an open competition.
And last, I want to mention that even if there was a buyer group, okay, for us, there are 5 or 6 different buyers. Even if in the frame of the project, it seemed to be a single set of specifications, in the end, we all know that at least 30 or 40% will change in a real tender. There are different requirements by the Austrian Red Cross, different by the emergency medical service. We have seen that we had some difficulties with the data center in Turkey. It had to be, inside the country. there are differences, okay? So one thing that we overlooked it was the modularization of the solution and the ability to be quickly, let's say, cut for a specific agency. This is what we want to do during the productization phase.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I am Alberto Vezzoso, and I am here for the iTrial Consortium. And referring to the next step, in the commercialization plan, there are, and commercialization action, there are a lot of things like the marketing, the investment, but what I think is the next step that we have to face is to understand if our product is marketable, if there are real potential buyers. Let's say what I'm meaning. This is something that has been already discussed in the previous panel with the buyers. We all know that mass casualty incidents are very rare, and they are extraordinary events. And the person involved, the rescuer involved, are in a condition of really high stress. And giving a dedicated tool that is specifically thought only for MCI, maybe is adding utter stress to them. And so we are now wondering if it does make sense to produce an end-to-end solution dedicated to manage mass casualty incident that is different from the ordinary system that are used every day. And so we need to focus on this answer. I have seen a mapping that also the buyers have the same thought. They are saying, yes, okay, but we need to use it every day. But how can we use it every day? And so we have to think, what is our strategy? If we want to proceed on the product, an end-to-end product, or we think it's better to invest on the most innovative part, like the triage tag, industrializing it, certifying it, and moving as a consultant to the buyer, helping them to evolve their existing system to cooperate with the innovation technology that we have produced. That is likely, it's a very different approach. So we have to define that. Then we think, of course, that our end-to-end solution, the ITR solution, is very valuable for other scope, maybe for training, for evaluation. So the agency can use it for evaluating the protocol or to train the rescuer in the operation. But it's another thing. So according to this answer, we will tailor our investment and trying to give priority to some aspect rather than other aspects. And so what comes first is what we have called the pre-commercialization phase, where we will try to answer, but it's not us that should answer, but it's the market that should answer this. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Dimitris Diagourtas. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes. I represent Subways, but mainly Prevail Consortium. So the consortium the members of the consortium were only 3. We were coordinating, but we had two very good partners from Spain, Vicomtech, the Research Institute, and iMotion, the very innovative SME from Spain. This actually small consortium helped a lot on being flexible, understanding each other, working very closely, and also is helping now the commercialization. So we have already started a discussion about a joint venture. It's a good coincidence that both SMEs, we are at the upscale phase. So we try to expand our reseller network abroad. So we are in almost in a equivalent phase, and of course, the joint venture also involves a business plan, involves joint marketing activities. iMotion already participates in InnoTrans, so today you fly for Berlin, or tomorrow, yes. Okay. We participate but not have a booth. So these are actions, active marketing and pre-sales actions. But first, priority for us in PREVENT is finally to finish the product. The product is not yet the product. It's about TRL 8.5, something like that. So we need to reach, to complete the productization phase. So how to do this? So we missed some opportunities during the project. We had, especially Southwest, we were participating in all phases of both PCPs. So we don't have been in SMEs, didn't have unlimited resources. We had engineering teams running all over Europe during summer. We all know that it's very important to get the feedback from the customer. That was not very easy during the summer. We meet the experts, the PTO's experts, discuss about the real feedback and try to improve our solution based on the feedback. That was not very possible. At the same time, we didn't have access to a lot of data because these algorithms need data. So we didn't have actually access to these two main important factors that are supporting the productization. And in order to cope with this, we plan with iMotion to start, let's say, promoting the solution and get some additional pilots first in our countries, in existing customers they have in Spain, like Renfe and ourselves in Greece, trying to have some additional pilot implementations. But in parallel, we want to contact the PTOs that we made the installations and try to get now some better understanding of their position against this pilot to start working, collaborating with them, at least that they want to continue maybe the demo period. There is no any need of important budget to this, to continue some demo and supporting the pilots. The installations are there, the hardware is there. It doesn't need a lot of effort. So I think if we can find a solution with some of the interested PTOs, we can do this. I think the optimum plan is try to, in our case, promote a more integrated solution. Selling, promoting PREVENT is one option. But this is, let's say, an advanced video analytics. It's not easy to penetrate the market with this. It's an option, but it's one option. Considering that iMotion has a complete list of additional video analytics for specialized for train operators, and currently they are expanding to other transportation operators. And unattended objects is not just only for trains, can be used also to other transportation areas. And ourselves, we have additional capabilities on our CSIM solution to integrate already with other systems, access control systems, sensor systems, legacy systems, in order to finally promote a more integrated solution, including security, safety, and operations in this area. An additional innovative sensors, not only for the train station, but also for the train tracks, to monitor these areas. We think that in this effort of promoting a more integrated solution, this Prevail might be also a very good marketing, let's say, point. That it's a differentiation, differentiating us with other solutions. To either promote the solution itself, either as a more integrated solution. So this is our first thoughts and our first steps that we have discussed mainly with iMotion.
Very much.
Hello, good afternoon. So my name is Philippe Blanc. I am from Atos. And the way we see commercialization and the next step for commercialization and sustainability of solution is in threefold. The first one is the immediate one, is what do we do? Now PREVENT is closed, this project is finished, but the solution is not fully operational. In some cases, in some points, it's possible to deploy, but in some others, it's quite difficult. It does not have the maturity. Then we have to continue working with PTOs to improve the solution. We can do that by talking to each PTOs and contacting each PTOs, or to be involved in the PPI, and that's two approaches that we can address. But the question we are asking ourselves, and we can ask here, is now that the consortium is not here, do we have to maintain and do we have to work with 7 different? Do we have to work with 7 different solutions that will have their own life? Because if we just talk to SNCF, FTP, and the other PTOs, each will have their own view, their own roadmap. And do we want to have 7 different solutions, or do we want to have coordination? And what is the organization that we as contractor can put in place, but what consortium can put in place also as coordinating the activities and the solutions? From a technical point of view, but also from a contractual point of view. So that's the first aspect of what we want to discuss. The second point is we have, and PTOs already have video infrastructure in place. They do have TMS. They do have a video intelligence solution that is in place for abandoned detection, abandoned object detection, people tracking. They do have the server infrastructure, and they do have the maturity to deploy artificial intelligence solutions. Why do we limit the usage of this technology only to abandoned objects? Why don't we use the old infrastructure that is in place to add new features, new functionalities, such as people counting, such as such as aggression detection, such as people counting, bottleneck, when you have people that are too many people in one corridor, and to improve the flow of people in station and so. So we have all the infrastructure, all the tools to do that. We just have to activate the use case to leverage all what is in place. But that's the second point, and that's why we would like to discuss with customers, with PTOs, to improve the value that is already delivered by artificial intelligence. And the third one is more on the long term, is to push the solution outside the railways, outside the consortium members, and to have new railways operator anywhere in the world. To work with airport, for example. We have a strong presence in airport, and to have a joint approach with PTOs to explain what we did, what is the value of the solution, and how we can move forward. And having a joint approach, customer and provider of a solution is a far more stronger vehicle to promote and to show the value of a solution. And that could be also for the benefits of the sustainability of a solution over time, because the more the solution will be used, the better it will evolve.
Thank you very much. I think it's interesting to see, even though this is the contractor perspective of two projects, so theoretically also similar within the two, the answers are very different and from very different perspectives. So, okay, so I would actually close this panel and then open up to the questions by asking to the speakers in really 1 minute. Each of you, if you can summarize again, really 1 minute, the takeaways or the most important lessons that you have learned or suggestions that you would give after the experience of the pre-commercial procurement.
Okay, 1 minute. It's no, okay. I prefer to give the floor to the procurers and the contractors, because it's of course their view is very important. Of course, from a lead procurer perspective, lessons learned are, of course, collaboration, close collaboration between suppliers and procurers, buyers from the very beginning of the project. Of course, a better planning, a better time setting is an important aspect that should be taken into consideration. Again, maybe I will repeat, but I do not fully agree on the administrative, let's say, burdens or aspects that maybe are overwhelming mostly procurers and the contractors, because to my view, they are in a way, they are ensuring in a way the equal treatment, the competition, the open competition, and of course ensuring that everything goes well and smoothly. And yes, legal aspects are important to be taken into consideration in every step. So to this end, my view is quite different. Yes, to sum up, the most important for me is the close collaboration of both sides in the beginning. To me, it was a co-creation, although I've heard that maybe for phase one, more interaction between procurers and suppliers would be needed. Yes, this is something that we will take it into account for the future PCPs or in our deliverables maybe. But yes, overall, it was a great journey, as I said before. It took us a long time to, it needed a lot of effort, but I think that the success is right here, and we are all happy about this. Thank you.
So yeah, I agree that the floor should be given to the procurers and to the private companies about these lessons learned. I will just only focus my answer to what I heard previously from the contractors on the different needs. That was also interesting for me to hear on the support that they need for further commercialization opportunities. So in that respect, I think that I hear a need for a mechanism that would support the next steps for the contractors and the public buyers after the end of such processes, in order to know what options they have, what mechanisms are in place in order to continue this development and get the product to the market. I think that a mechanism like a national innovation procurement hub could support such processes and can provide, for example, test beds, funding if needed, guidance in contractors and public buyers, or whatever assets and tools they need in order to further exploit the results.
I assume that especially in iProcureSecurity, we had the big issue of diverse needs of the end users, and I guess this was a big issue for the contractors, but I guess this is what they're going to tell you. So our lessons learned is that we have to be quite early in the dialogue. Yeah, we had very formal ways of exchange in the beginning, but then as soon as we started with the feedback and the evaluation process where we had direct contact, it was easier to influence what we actually would need. And we have a direct lesson learned because we will adapt our SOPs, and parts of the iProcureSecurity project will run into the new SOPs because, of course, we learned a lot along the process and along the way.
For us, the first lesson learned is not to submit two PCPs at the same time. It's the first. The second is, of course, time, and it's already mentioned by the previous speakers, especially the third phase. It is not the actual time mentioned because of the phases that the public buyers need to evaluate. So we needed more time. My guys needed more time, and I was asking more time. Eventually, though, even in this period, we would really love more interaction with the buyers group. Even, per week, even per 15 days, telcos to discuss things that we were discussing amongst us, what they would need. We were thinking, this we would need, and we were developing. So I think time and interaction in more frequent ways.
Well, one very positive aspect that we had was the collaboration among the part of the consortium. We have seen different realities, small enterprise, big enterprise, university, and it was very interesting to work together. As for the specific lesson learned, well, I was personally shocked by the difference of way of managing a mass casualty incident. I started from some knowledge of the Italian market, and then I realized how is different and how is difficult then to have a single product, because there are different organization, different priority, different way of doing the operation. The other lesson learned was the pilot. Doing the pilot was very interesting because we had the possibility to verify the real reaction of the user, and the user that have to use this system. And we understand also that maybe in the laboratory of your area, you think that the things is better as like that, then say, okay, come on, I cannot use like that. As for some limits, let's say, I think that it was very demanding in delivery production. There was a lot of delivery requests that we understand fully that you have to control, but maybe reducing the submission of deliverable could be simplification, because we can focus more on the work that we have to do. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. So, having survived from both PCPs, I can say that I understand the previous speakers, but in the area of PTOs, there were more consistent specifications. There were not so much diversity. So, on this respect, I think it was. I think better for us to work on a product with consistent, let's say, functional specifications. But you asked also if we could recommend other companies, I guess, or other entities to participate in PCPs, and I think, of course, it is positive at the end. Of course, there are things to let's say, improve. but it is the main tool to bridge the gap of the value of debt and try to have some support, especially for SMEs, to get some pilot implementations. Without PCP, it would be very difficult for us, for SME, to have pilot implementations in several places in Europe to receive even this feedback of the end user. It would be impossible. So I think it is finally positive. It was worth the effort. This is the result in our company, at least. And for companies that are developing innovative products, I would certainly recommend to participate.
The PCP, PREVENT PCP project, I think iProcureSecurity also started maybe 3 years ago. And we worked together with consortium members. We built a solution, we designed, we had first phase, second phase, and so on. And we saw that during this process, the contractor, we bring some innovation, some value, some technical value, while at the same time the PTOs bring the information on how to use it, why we should use it, what are the functionality that are needed, and the teams were finished as fully integrated teams, and all working together with a common objective. What we see is that this bringing technology and business knowledge, but also, as you mentioned, all the infrastructure, all the data to build the solution that can only be given by PTOs, that was a real interest. And now we see that we have done that 3 years journey. We are at the end of the first PCP, but we see that the momentum should continue, and we cannot stop like this. We need to continue because we have started a story that needs to continue.
Thank you very much. I would like to give some time for questions from the audience. Yeah.
Hi, first of all, thank you very much for the panelists. I'm Josef from Slovak Ministry of Interior. I have a question concerning some legal questions when it comes to direct negotiation, what you suggested when it comes to IPR. Because as I see, the PCP or the idea of PCP in the end is that you finish at least with 2 suppliers so that you can prevent future vendor locking. And if you would go for direct negotiation with just 1 supplier, isn't this against this idea of having not vendor locking in the future? Maybe other possibilities could be negotiation procedure with publishing, right? So not just with 1 or publish it, so also other participants can apply. So what are your views on this? Because in Slovakia, we have a very strict public procurement office when it comes to negotiation procedures. So I know why we are so cautious about that. Thank you.
Good question. Direct negotiation doesn't mean that you have only 1 entity. You can, but you can have 2 entities, meaning that you can have a tender, a closed tender, but the invitations go to 2 consortia. Okay, so there is a real tender. The tender can be technically evaluated or not, meaning the cheaper solution, or also technically evaluated, and can be a normal tender, but limited to the invitations. So this can happen, I guess. But Panagiotis, you're more eligible.
Panagiotis, but yeah, for 3 years we were together. Okay?
Never mind, it was mixed a little bit,
It's easier. Yes, I can really, I would share actually your concern, of course, but for me it would be rather a possibility, in this negotiated process would be rather a possibility for the so-called phase 4. Again, what Antonio mentioned and Yannis Kadaresis replied to, meaning that I would rather see this, let's say, option within, in order to address the need for optimization or improvement or most, let's say, or an upgrade of the solution. And not as the end of the as the end product that is going to be used by let's say the wider network of buyers. So to this aspect, and take into consideration that we do have IPRs protected or patented or managed by the contractors, and the procurer has the right to access them for its own use. A negotiated process would not, to my view at least, drive to a, let's say, closing vendoring in the market, a vendor lock of the market. It would be rather an opportunity to further achieve innovation. It would be rather an opportunity for innovation uptake.
Thank you.
I will just continue on this. Coming from a research institute, you can imagine that the first time that I went to my director saying, I want to participate in the pre-commercial procurement, you know, it was a really interesting discussion. What it is, although that 10 years since their launch, meaning, okay, we have implemented 200 RIAs or RIAs, no PCP. Okay, we experienced that. And we now have another one in the health domain. So the Pandora's box opened. And we are discussing now phase 4 or PPI, etc. Who's going to take this decision on initiating this? And to what extent also the consortia, either the two ones that we ended in phase 3 or also the others. We do have a responsibility on promoting this, on supporting this, on I still cannot understand, you know, where are the limits. Probably there is a mutual interest between the lead procurer, the procurers, and the consortia to go for it. And probably now it's a moment that we're coming even closer. Honestly, I'm still confused. What is phase 4? What is PPI? Who will initiate? How we will participate? I understood that there is the closed negotiation opportunity based on the directive. But even that, who is going to start? Who is going to make the first step for this? And just to add, meaning that at least for iProcureSecurity, we identified, and together also with colleagues from TrackBit, that the biggest gap, let's say, is the certification according to MDR. And we are speaking about devices that are not risk level 1. We are speaking about a risk level 3. You might kill someone if accidentally you're not showing correct color. Is this process of either phase 4 or PPI compatible with including the necessary investment, which is at the level of 200,000 euros for certification?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Just to quickly reply to your question, of course, in the first aspect, you mentioned which are the limits. Beyond the end of the project, there are no limits, meaning that you have the right to directly contact its organization to start discussions, conversation, and conclude actually in an agreement in terms that you think are most, let's say, satisfactory for you. And of course, taking into consideration the national framework and the internal rules of each organization. So, no limits on this unless you will gonna hear from us when needed, and unless a decision will be taken that the consortia or one of the consortia or some of the buyers will go for a PPI jointly. If not, and if there is no such a possibility, of course, you can have direct discussions with procurers. In terms of money and resources available, of course, again, this is also related to the political commitment or decision of each organization. So I would say that discussion can be initially started by you, although I think that many of our procurers are really interested in going further and optimizing the solutions, and this would be a very, let's say, challenging period beyond the end of the project. Youssef, I think you want to...
Just in addition to this question and what Eleni said, one of the reasons why we decided to organize this final event is not just, we don't see it as a standard final event. It is a standard final event, it's 2 projects, of course, but it's also a call to action. Like we have, it was a lot of work lately. We finished, everybody finished the phase 3. It was a lot. It was, I don't know how many, 200 travels in I don't know how many countries. We are settling down after the huge amount of work, and now it's the moment to understand, well, are we on the same boat actually? Are the procurers, where do the procurers stand? Where do the contractors stand? Where does the commission stand? Can we move forward? Are we willing to move forward? Can we have a kind of, can it be a call to action to understand how to move forward jointly? First of all, we need to understand what are the options on the table. Second, based on the options that we have on the table, and based also because again, I thought it was very interesting to see the differences in the contractor positions, the stance, even though it's same kind of TRL, same end to the projects, but the positions are different, the needs are different. So based on what we get there, what can we do? It's of course not like there is no answer in the pocket right now, but it's the moment to ask this question and try to really understand and be proactive, because everybody wants to be proactive, and we need to be proactive. And there are ways. There are a lot of ways. There is a willingness, so it's a good basis.
I would say that here is not, I mean, the problem of finding the money for the follow-up of phase 4 is only part of the problem. Means that if we consider that the procurers each day they are making call for tenders, I mean that they are looking, they find money to launch new calls, new tenders. So I guess that we need to focus at least on this. The public buyers need to understand if, and they expect that they are having a need. We saw it in many years. We defined with them the problem, the requirements, and then we went through the solution. So they believe that there is a problem, and at least I can say it for the case of the PREVENT PCP. And now they have seen that there is a high, let's say, chances to resolve the problem based on the prototypes and hopefully in the industrial solutions that will be released later on. So if they believe and they would like to acquire the solution, maybe they can seek in their normal procedures to look for budget. Means that they may depend on, for example, I guess for SNCF, they are having a private, let's say, organization or other public procurers they can seek for through the ministry. So it's not necessary that we wait for the European Commission to put money, because anyway they will need to put maximum is 40%. So they will 50. So they will need other 50% to put from their normal, let's say, budgeting lines. So I guess that this is where we need to check with them. So if they are really keen to buy the solutions, they need to start looking for their normal ways of procurement so that they can, it will not be now, because they need years of strategic planning to get this money, to quantify how much budget they need in order to implement the solution and go for it. Second, I guess that's for the companies, and it's a question from my side. Did you also start thinking of exploring the private side? Is that the solution? Yeah, it is working for the use case of public transport, but it is easily exported to other private, let's say, situations. Very large malls that they're having these problems, stadiums, they're having these problems, airports, other situations. I'm talking about always the PREVENT PCP. Could be also a nice way to accelerate the market industrialization and having, because you've done a lot of effort, invested a lot in this 3 years project. I guess that it would be a pity not to find right away new market, let's say, market options where to exploit your solutions.
Somebody wants to react or to say something from the speaker's side?
Very good question. Yes, and not only that, you mentioned the private, but there is also, public infrastructure that are operated by private companies. This is also a case. Okay, airports in Greece are mostly private companies. So yes, as a matter of fact, we have already deployed the solution, part of the solution for a Greek entity called Stasi. It's an operator of metro and buses. Yes, the idea is that we want to expand. This is the case for PREVENT, and it's not the case for iProcureSecurity. iProcureSecurity is more strict, okay? PREVENT is more broad in this sense. So this will help, yes, this will help a lot to expand the possible buyers. And I agree with you, the ball now is in the hands of the buyers group. They have to find the money, either 40% or 100%.
If I may add to what Yusuf said, that's why a well-thought commercialization plan is very important. So, and now back as a consortium, we can involve, for example, some private entities that have experience in commercialization plans. So that will give an added benefits also to the companies, to the contractors, because then maybe there are some ways that we can avoid with a well-thought commercialization plan to avoid those issues. So that's also just wanted to add on Yusuf's point.
Yeah. Another thing that maybe could be interesting to explore is, at least I know it for the case of Italy, but I imagine it would be in all European countries. There are large organizations that they have a large framework contracts with the public organizations, so that maybe through their framework contract, they can deliver many technical solutions, and part of it could be this one. I mean, that it's worth to discover them and then establish some discussions with them.
Another question?
I like what was mentioned regarding budget. So budget, of course, always is an issue, and time, of course. But to make it a bit more concrete, question towards the suppliers. Provided you would have to bring your solution to the market within the next, let's say, 1 to 2 years, what besides time and money would be the most important thing? Let's say, if you can ask for one thing, what would it be that helps you to bring the solution finally to the market?
Yes, I think Dimitris already mentioned it, but I will speak about it soon. We would need some pilot sites. I think if you ask me what I would need to do from now on, is to continue, not to stop. If we call it 4 phase, I don't know, but it can be a phase where we will continue with some of the buyers or all the buyers. Some will be easier for us, okay, pro bono, to continue evaluate the system, to maybe use the system in a real case, by the buyers group, have the feedback, incorporate the feedback. So there is no need to stop and start after during a project. We can continue. Of course, I don't know if this will be possible. We have already contacted. No, this is prevailing. Yeah.
let's can I follow my order? So that our priority, of course, on one hand, there is the, if I had to choose the one thing to do, will be the certification of the digital tag to be a medical device. And the second one will be the harmonization of the user experience that was kind of a limit.
So it seems that I have already answered. But in our case, I would add another parameter. Considering that we are SMEs, both companies, and considering that we have to deal with PTOs, which are large organizations. So in this case, usually, besides our reseller network, sometimes it's used a partnership with a big prime. So this is also an option for us. We know that the procurement per country is different, but and sometimes just resellers are not capable of handling big customers. It's not a problem for you.
No, but if you look at the duration of the phase 3, the real duration we are on site with the specific solution was between 2 to 5 months. So for the complexity of the use case that we have and the diversity of problems we encountered, that's not that much. So what we need is, as you mentioned, is more use case, more data set to test, more continue. Just simply continue.
Thank you very much. I would like to emphasize something that Maria has mentioned and also Joseph, in the sense that PTOs may have framework agreements that they have with other suppliers for maintenance or for other services. And they may, if they're launching new framework agreements, they can think of value engineering clauses that require from the contractors to think of the new technologies and things coming from R&D projects that can be implemented or pilot. Or think that can create more value for the PTOs. So that can be an option to explore.
Also in the emergency medical domain, there is another option, at least we know in Greece. There are cases, frequent cases, where donations occur. Okay? And donations in the field of the emergency medical sector are a lot. Vehicles, training systems, simulation systems, even facilities. So this could be part of the process, again, initiated by the buyers group, that they are closely related with the donators. Maybe through a donation could also happen more easily.
Other questions?
He's talking about Elon, his friend.
Πρόσεξε, ο γαμπρός μου δουλεύει στον Ωνάση.
No, sorry, because before I wasn't here. Just I'm curious to know about the point of view of the public buyers, the real users. What's for them the next action? I mean, some of them are here. Just to ask them, are they really interested? They would like really love to see your solutions starting from tomorrow, working operationally. I mean,
you make me swear, on the Bible.
I mean that this is important to understand, to know how they would like to, because from a problem point of view, I know that they are having really each day the problem of unattended item. Each day, the several cases. Imagine how many stations in a country. Imagine sometimes when they block a high-speed train and all the problems that they have within a station without talking about the economic consequences, not the security side. So I really would like to understand what they are doing, or if they are planning to do something in the near future so that they can help accelerate this. I mean, this passage from one side to another.
Yeah, I think it recalls a bit also the question that has been discussed before. Also, before giving the mic, we have done, as part of iProcureSecurity PCP, of course, a survey, an internal survey to understand at the end of phase 3 where do contractors and when do procurers stand on this matter, like what is the... so I think it's also, we are not going to make it to show it today, but it's also an approach, more structured approach to really understand, gather feedback at the end, really to understand where the public buyers stand.
But basically, when it comes to mass casualty incidents, we're talking about changing a whole system, yeah, that is in every part of the medical system in Austria. So every hospital, every emergency medical services provider, the armed forces, and every other entity out there is part of it. So our constraints actually are not the time, because it will take us a lot of time, yeah, to convince all of those players that we have to change the system according to a technical solution that we found out. It's more the iterative process that it reads right now. Get all of the players on one table and have a better understanding of what everybody in the system actually needs, because the constraints are the interfaces. It's not so much about the technology is there, but now we need interfaces. And as we already heard, the hardware is going to be smaller. There's going to be technical standardization, or the calibration, how it's called, you know what I'm referring to. Like it's going to be certified, so the products are going to be certified. These are not the hurdles. The constraints is time in the end of the day, because you know this takes a lot of time. I'm not sure whether it can be done within 5 years actually, because the last change we made was really minor, and it took us almost 2 years to have all stakeholders on the same side and same understanding. And this is just for Austria. So we're talking about the European project, so there are other countries out there, and I'm not sure how their time looks like.
Sarah, I don't know if we have some more time or...
Yeah, we have to have.
Just a comment from my side, just to continue on what we were saying, meaning that firstly, it's public information that we collaborate also with Southwest in a lot of projects, etc. So, okay, we found ourselves competitors in this PCP, but we know each other.
It's called competition.
It's called competition, and actually a co-competition. A comment from my side that, especially for a research institute, was extremely accelerated compared to the way that we are used to work. But I wanted to mention something else. I don't know if you're aware of the very first PCP issued, the Broadway PCP, etc., 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 where Airbus and Frequentis ended up joining their forces at the end. I'm not saying that this is going to happen or not, but at least for this specific domain, the procurers, okay, it depends on the country, but are not, in general, for security domain, they're not numerous. We're not speaking about applications for well-being or something like that. That in this crazy world, there is an opportunity for interest. There is an opportunity, you know, to and the room for everyone. Here, you know, for security applications, things are always difficult for everyone involved. No interest, no many opportunities, a lot of bureaucracy, etc., etc. We ended up as two solutions from the same process, collaborating with the same procurers, facing the same challenges, and we are targeting a really targeted domain with a lot of difficulties. My feeling is that an additional step in collaboration of the whole ecosystem, this is my feeling, that we are now creating an ecosystem that, okay, at one moment or the other, someone will do a movement of their interest, but we need to define some common standards, given that no one can cover the whole Europe or the whole market or whatever else. And at the same time, we are in a domain that UCPM is not yet involved at a significant extent, compared, for example, to wildfires that, okay, there is a coordination center, there's something, and definitely there's no interoperability between systems, etc., but at least there are some steps. Here, there's nothing, meaning there's no compatibility at all across Europe. And I believe that all this process that ended up to a pre-commercial procurement, meaning achieving high TRL, realizing a lot of pilots, not just one, but if you multiply how many times we deploy in the field, etc., it's crazy, meaning having coordinated projects, I cannot imagine what you had in mind, in organizing all this, etc. But not only on the design of the project, but also how difficult it was to coordinate on this and manage all this. It was difficult also for us. Meaning that significant achievement. So we have something to say about how things should be on this. I don't know if it is going to be a white paper or something like that, all these things but something concrete might be created, that has the common, let's say, understanding on this domain. Surely, yes, it's competition, it's market. We will try to promote our solution, etc., etc. But at the end, and I'm amazed to see that in the modern world, finally, all the big entities are coming closer. There's quite different models nowadays. So my feeling is that given that we started with the support of the Commission and the support of this process, we should target at the first step, to extract the very important findings when it comes to what it is needed to be there in order to achieve this system, being functionable by firstly admitting altogether that we had a system end-to-end functionable, but not integrated, unfortunately, with actual health systems. So this is also something to better understand why it hasn't happened and what it is needed in order to happen.
Yeah, the question of interoperability. I think it's also a question, I don't know, maybe they again cannot say a few words, but I think it's also a question of is interoperability should be already part of the pre-commercial procurement process, or is it something that is expected afterwards? Like, what are the barriers? How far do we get in the pre-commercial procurement process? Where do we stop and where the next action starts? Are there any other questions? Okay, so I think we can close a bit earlier. I would
start the cocktail party earlier.
Yeah, I will give some information about the cocktail party. It's a networking dinner. It's a networking event. Just
I know that I can sing, right? We can make it a party quite.
Let's keep it So I think I would like maybe to say really 2 words about to sum up about a bit what we have discussed today. As I said before, this event wasn't that, for us at least, it wasn't just an event to close up the project saying, okay, checked, we have done our final event, that's it. It's more than that. We also wanted to start a discussion, really, again, after the whole work that has been implemented, especially lately, where do we stand, how do we see each other, kind of, and what are the next steps, what are the opportunities? I think, very briefly, one important point that came out today, and came out already throughout the process, but today that has been confirmed, is that innovation brings innovation. Like, we have seen that at the beginning of the process, we started having kind of a bit of an idea, and I'm talking about, like, from my perspective of, we were project coordinator, working a lot with the public buyers, setting up the requirements, understanding what are their needs, what do we want to improve, what do they want to improve. And in this process, we started with a wish list, let's say, but we noticed that throughout time, the more we learn, also from the contractors, the more we see how do they implement things, how things are done from other countries, the more we adapt our wish list, let's say, the more we learn, and the more we see other opportunities. So the PCP, and this can be a pro or a con, of course, because it's also more work, it's more adaptation. But we see that the more you work in the innovation domain, the more innovation it brings. The second thing I think is that it was clear to everybody, but I would like to go a step forward. Everybody today came out a lot of times, the problem of time. Time is needed, more time is needed, and more, also more communication and more interaction between procurers and contractors in the initial phases, also phase 1 and phase 2. I agree on that. Of course, it was also something that came out throughout the process. I think we need to balance, also think about the balance between opening up and the amount of work that it comes along with it. Because if we think, for example, about the phase one, we're talking about, for both projects, if I remember correctly, of 7 suppliers. So it means more contact. It means more contact with 7 suppliers, which means for the contractors who are normally end users with a lot of work, and we at the EMS emergency medical in the emergency medical sector lately was really busy. So, and it's gonna be even more busier. So it's always finding a right balance between having more contact, more interaction, keeping it though in a normal amount of effort that is affordable within a project. The other important thing that I think that came out is, I mean, from my perspective, from what I understood, is that it's very clear what the contractors are and what they need and where they stand, what are their needs. And also it's a bit clearer, at least, what is on the table, what are the options available for the next steps. The next questions that should be answered are what is really feasible also from the procurer side. Because we tried from the beginning of the projects, I think for both projects, like it counts for both projects, we work in a fragmented environment of different member states, different procurers, and our main goal is harmonizing, which is very good it's very helpful during the pre-commercial procurement process. At some point, though, fragmentations come out again. Like the very specific, when you are going to apply the technology to the member state, actually even more to the specific organization, it's very different from region to region even. So when you apply the technology, in the reality, you need again flexibility. You need again a very big stretch of modularity. So again, keeping this balance of harmonization in the European level, on the other end, enough flexibility to make it adaptable really for the needs of the end users. Yeah, those are mostly the main takeaway from my side. Since we have 1 minute extra, if somebody wants to share anything else, we're very happy to. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let me start from, the beginning. About the PCP. Okay, you not all of you know that Youssef was the coordinator of PREVENT PCP, then he left engineering, then I was the coordinator, I'm the coordinator. And someone told at the beginning about the PCP is a win-win-win. There are 3 winners. The first winner are the public buyers, because they have the opportunity to understand what the technology can do, because they obtain the best. You implemented the best solutions you could. The second winner are you, the solution providers, because you anyway obtain money to invest in your solution, starting from zero, from scratch, or improving your solutions or whatever. Then the third one is the European Commission, in my opinion, because it's not my opinion, it is the European Commission, because anyway, in the normal projects, okay, we use the money to implement what is written in the grant agreement, and that's all. We did it, let me check, flag, yes, okay, we did it, that's enough. In this case, you implemented the best solution because there was a competition. You went beyond the requirements, trying to do something better, something more than the others. So that's why there are 3 winners. And I hope at the end of the project, you believe that you anyway are winners.
Okay. Yeah.
Just half a minute. I wanted, because it is Silvio that started from the beginning, and I would also want to start from the beginning saying that we all started in both projects from a common identified need and a common challenge. And this is something very important for starting a PCP and, of course, getting the funding. But during the implementation and during the phases, we all understood that the pilots were an important, let's say, milestone in order to understand that, of course, the need is there, it's common, more or less, but the particular needs and what is actually needed and for a solution to be tailor-made needs more work to be done. So the PCP is there for a common need, the joint PCP, of course, for a common need, for a common challenge, but beyond the end of the PCP, we have to carefully see what the actual needs of each organization in each, let's say, country is needed.
So thank you very much. I also want to spend one word to thank once again our host really for this for the amazing organization, for all the huge support that they give. So really a big applause to them as well. And yes, and also to the speakers, of course. To the fun part, a very few words. We are going to have a networking event, which is going to be an Italian aperitivo, apericena. So there's going to be something to eat and there's going to be something to drink. It's not a proper huge dinner, but you're going to be full afterwards. No worries. It's very close. I don't know if we can show the address, but I think it was in the agenda. It's like around 10 minutes walk, and we have to be there. We're serving from 6. Of course, if you need some time to go home and change and refresh a bit, you can also come at 6:30. Yeah, that's it. And thank you very much to all the